Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey P Fox, how are you? Cheer K, how are you? Scott, I saw that about the crazy dentist. He poisoned and murdered his wife, all because he wanted to start another life with another woman. That is crazy. Yeah, they changed my son's. Oh well, 9 millimeter. I just read the comment you said about your son's training. Just know that we're all going to be keeping him in our prayers. Jessica Lynn, how are you? Hey Marissa, how are you? Yeah, that's got to be a scary thing, though. Hey, Judy, how are you? Marissa, you're very welcome. Judy, I'm all right. Hanging in there, I guess. Hey, Mar, how are you? Oh, Cheryl, I'm so sorry. And P Fox, it was okay. I'm gonna be stuck wearing a halter monitor for 48 hours. Kind of sucks. On the top side though, I did get another allergy medicine in addition to the allergy medicine that I already had, and an antibiotic because I have a sinus infection. Oh, baby boop, thank you so much for being a member for 3 months. And she says sorry that I can't hang out. I love you all. Well, baby boot, we love you too, honey. Oh, more that is also news. You're going home Saturday. Oh, girl, I know you will be so happy. Hey, Kelly, how are you? Amy, how are you tonight? Wait, what up, baby? You're good. Okay. Email is pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs to get in touch with me or just send anything to me. Laughing Stock, how are you? Hey, Roger, how are you tonight? Let's see. Now, Millimeter says, okay, Buster, what is y'all's opinions? Honestly, now, Millimeter, I haven't really been keeping up with him. I did watch some of JLR's live that he did today when he was at the auction where they were selling off all the stuff, and a lot of stuff that was there was Buster's. It had Buster's name on it and all that. Just the facts. How are you? Hey, Lisa B. How are you? Crime Crazy. How are you? 1 second. Make sure everybody's got their chat on live chat. Scott, I seen where they had the vigil for him, and his parents didn't even show up. Heart monitor isn't so bad. I had to wear one for a week. My heart rhythm was off the charts. Baby Boop, I only have to wear it for 48 hours. Thank God. Boom 538. How are you? Hey Ray, how are you? 426 Emmy, how are you? Well, King Scarlet, wait, whose stepfather? Scotty's? Because his sister on one of those posts said that, or maybe it was no, it was the father's sister maybe that said that his parents were together. Hey Vapor, how are you? Hey Christy, how are you? Let's see, well, if you end up with a pacemaker or something, don't sweat it. Oh God, Roger, I hope it don't go that far. Hey Jan, how are you tonight? Ray, I'm doing all right. That's not better. Chris, I'm okay. I'll have to email you, Chris. I forgot to email you yesterday and let you know about the doctor's appointment I had. It could have went better, but I guess it could have went worse also. Yes, Mar, that is our Christy. She is back. Let's see. Problems getting pain meds filled on time. Kroger no longer never change the Walgreens. I think Kelly M. I think it's getting hard for a lot of people to get their medicine filled at certain places now. Yeah, Chris, I'm good. I just got to wear a Holter monitor for 48 hours. It's just gonna suck. Okay. Any update? No, baby boop. There hasn't been any update on Scotty. The police, they were saying the other day that they were suspending the searches for him, but then they came out and said that they wasn't suspending the searches for him. What they were doing is that there was not going to be any more uh, like search parties or volunteer searchers or anything like that. It was mostly going to be law enforcement. They're working with the Delaware County Sheriff's Department, the Indiana State Police. They do have canines that are available if they need them. So the search is still going on for him. It's just not going to be any type of like search parties or volunteer searchers or anything like that. Hold on just 1 second, y'all. Okay, I'm back. Okay. And also, the law enforcement did come out today and ask everyone around the area, hey, Sandra, how are you? If they have cameras on their property, can they please check their cameras from, I believe it was 8 o'clock that night to 11 o'clock that night? Hold on, let me grab my notes. I think it was from 8 to 11 on the 16th. 8:15 to 11 on the 16th to see if they have any footage of Scotty. What I don't understand is why didn't they ask for this at the latest the day after he went missing? Why wait a week? And 9 millimeter, yeah, that does could possibly be what it is. Now, I don't know if they waited a week because a lot of people they're saying in the area goes on spring break, and that could be the reason why they're just now coming out. But the point is, they should have asked. He went missing. The 16th was on that night, on a Thursday night. They should have been asking people Friday and Saturday. Saturday at the latest. They should have been asking people about their cameras. Not wait a week and then try to get video footage of him to see which way he went. Chris, we're talking about the Scotty Morris case. He's 14. He went missing March the 16th at around 8:30. But I've heard conflicting stories on that too. Some people are saying he left the house at 8:15, and the parents called police at 8:30, which still isn't making any sense because the sister is saying that as soon as Scotty left the house, they called the police. All right, Mara, you have a good night. So there's a lot of conflicting stories regarding Scotty. There is. I do have a couple of screenshots of some stuff that his sister has been saying. Now, this is his twin. Like, both of his sisters have been coming out and trying to defend the parents. Did someone see? I don't know. Vapor, they're saying, like, the sisters are there defending the parents, blaming it all on Scotty, saying he's a bad kid, he's this, he's that. But then you got other people from, like, the school and stuff saying he's the best kid they've ever seen. Very respectful, very nice, doesn't get in any trouble. Police have said they didn't have any run-ins with him. But I don't know if anybody actually seen him leave, because if they would have seen him leave, then they would know, like, did he take the backpack with him? Did he have clothes? There's been a whole thing going on about the picture that we seen of him in the shirt was actually a screenshot from a video that one of his parents was taking of him right before he left, because he was saying that he was going to run away. And so the parent was videoing him saying this, and that they were telling him that if he ran away, they were going to call the police. Baby boo, yes, I will email you tonight. Okay, honey? Let me make myself a note so I don't forget. I have so much going on. But yes, I will email you tonight. Okay. And baby boop, you have a wonderful night, honey. Dan, how are you? Haven't been here in so long. What case are we talking about? Dan, right now we're talking about Scotty Morris. Water Lily, how are you? Family sounds fabulous. This whole family is, I don't know, y'all. This family's crazy. His own twin is sitting here saying that he's a bad kid, taking up for the parents. Some crazy stuff, y'all. Hey, Tammy C, how are you? Baby boob, you have a good night. Okay, I'm gonna pull up this. I do have a couple of things on Scotty tonight. The Jessica Martinez girl. I do have, I believe, still an article that's sitting in my email that I was going to share with y'all last night. Hey, Gigi. But I was tired last night. Charles was like, you need to rest. Take the night off. So that's one reason why I didn't go live last night. But I was going to read it to y'all. And it has a picture on the article that shows where the wreck happened and where her body was found. So I'm going to pull that up here in a few minutes. But other than anything new, there really isn't anything new on that one either. I still think that The husband's a little bit suspect, and I think it's kind of weird how he couldn't find her, but her family flies in from 2 different states and finds her in 2 hours. So, I'll go over that as well. Okay, there are some trolls out there saying horrible things about poor Scotty. Why would people be saying bad things about Scotty, Marissa? I know his sisters have been basically defending the parents and trying to blame everything on him, but he's the one that was humiliated by his family. And then he have a vigil that someone set up for him, and his parents didn't even show up to it. So if he is watching social media and is seeing all of this, and he sees that there's a vigil set up for him, but his parents didn't show up, how is that going to make him feel? It's going to continue to make him feel like his parents don't care because there is a vigil for him. The people who should have been there, which was his family, was not even there. They should have been they should have been first in line showing up. See, did he call the family? I was wondering who informed Jessica's family because they were there quick. The amazing tip, I don't know if the police called him or if it was her husband. That was never it was never said. Not that I've seen anyway. Hold on one second. Okay. Okay, wait, little baby, you're fine. Okay, did you hear the singer Jules' mother stole 100 million? No, Cheryl, I didn't know that. I know that her dad lives in Alaska. They used to have a uh, her dad and brothers, and is it her uncles, aunts and uncles? They all had a uh, a TV show about living in Alaska. Okay, sorry, y'all. Charles was talking in the background. See, and Roger, no, it was said that they didn't show up. See, let's be real. The police, they probably didn't, but I mean, it had to have either been the police or the husband that called. Hey, Sifa, how are you? Um, I don't know. I find it super weird that she's missing all that time, and the husband can't find her. Like he can't do what the family did. I don't guess, and went back to the scene of the crime, and like her brothers and sisters did, and find her. Okay. All right. Let me read this real quick, y'all. Okay, so this is from his sister. This is his twin sister that is saying all this. She's saying that Scotty was not abused at home and the shirt was not a punishment. It's just what he was wearing. He was in trouble the night that the video pic was taken. Okay, well, the police have then came out and confirmed that his parents made him wear the t-shirt as a punishment. Hey, Stevie, how are you? Um, so the sister lied there. She's saying that it was just something that he was wearing. Why would a teenage boy wear a shirt, basically a homemade shirt, that says, I am a liar and I hurt my little brother? That don't make any sense. So, and she was arguing 911 call with a male. Yes, King Scarlet, there is a video that or not a video, an article that I found where they say that it sounds like she was arguing with a male while in the vehicle. Like the guy was in the vehicle with her. Christy, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. Let's see, you can lie and tell about the pic. Yeah, that is true, Tammy. She's completely lying. Oh, I keep clicking on the wrong stuff here. Okay, so it says, all right, so he was in trouble the night that the video pic was taken of him telling his parents that he was going to run away. So yes, he was upset in the pic. He's an extremely bad kid at home, but just wants to be brought back. Christy, I love you too. And then someone asked the sister, how do you know Scotty? Apparently they don't know that this is his sister. Why would he voluntarily wear this shirt? And what do you mean he wants to be brought back? So the way she's saying it up here, he's an extremely bad kid at home, but wants to be brought back. It makes it sound like what she's saying is that they took him somewhere and he wants to come home and they're not allowing him, or that they made him leave. Not that he ran away, but that they made him leave, basically kicked him out, and he wants to come back. Teenager, all the peer pressure probably believes to be that is true. Not to mention your family doing you so bad in the way that Scotty's family did him. How do we know this isn't the mom on her using the? Well, we don't know. It could be the mom, but that's his twin's account though. And then the other one, uh, the other sister, she goes by Maddie something on social media, and she's been on here saying stuff too. Hold on, I got some other screenshots. And somebody made this shirt, y'all. Well, didn't make the shirt. They redid the picture. LJD, how are you? So I wanted to show y'all this one because I don't really like the picture of him in the white shirt, but I do like how somebody redid this picture. Couldn't imagine. Hold on, y'all, I need to catch up. Is that Scotty's sister or a parent sister? I think I'm confused. Stevie, the one that I was just showing is Scotty's sister, the one that goes by, what is it, Ken's? Hold on, I got her thing wrote down here because I was gonna look her up again. It's Ken something. Ken's underscore M15. But somebody redid the shirt. They took all the bad stuff off of it, and ended up putting this on it. It says, I am loved, I am kind, I matter. It's a damn shame that his family don't think that, though. Hoping for answers. Yeah, that's the shirt that he should be wearing instead of the other one. The other one's just disgusting. And for some reason, his sister can't get that in her head. She's wondering why everybody's focusing on the shirt. Well, because he's in a picture with a shirt that says all of the bad things, and it's basically saying that that's what he is. There's a picture of him in the shirt. What was the point of taking a picture or a video? And it was for a punishment. So I just got there making a potato salad, boiling eggs for my hubby who eats them for breakfast. My back hurts and went to bed. And you just got, I'm sorry, Gigi. But I'm happy that your husband's able to eat, though. That is a good thing. Hold on one second, y'all. All right, y'all. Let's see. Sandra, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Let's see. I think it's the mom. Marissa, you think that's Scotty's mom that's saying all this on social media under the kids? I mean, if she's sitting here on her kids' social media arguing with people, and people are thinking that it's his sisters, that too is shitty of her. It goes to show. I mean, honestly, the parents' true colors showed when they didn't show up for the vigil. Honestly, I can't imagine if he is somewhere safe and he's able to keep up with social media, and like I said, he sees that there was a vigil. The people that he's going to be looking for at that vigil to see if they showed up as his parents. And when he sees that they didn't show up, it's going to make him think that they don't care about him. And it's just going to make things worse. Okay, let me go grab. I got to make sure I grab the right one first here. Okay, so apparently the sister has been on social media saying a bunch of stuff, and then these messages got deleted. And someone else went through, did screenshots, but then wrote it down, what was said in the comments. And White Widow Baby, I believe that some of these comments are in some of those shots that you sent to me. So I'm going to have to go back and try to compare the two. Cheryl, he has an older sister. Well, he has a twin. The older sister, hold on. Let me see how old she is. Give me just 1 second. Wait. Okay, so the older sister, so 16, 17. He has an older sister that's 17, then him and his twin that are 14, and then he has a younger brother. Okay, some of them must have been the same from the original comments. Okay. And then he also has an older brother that is 24. Okay, so the sister is now private. Okay, so most of these should be, because I also got the ones where the lady wrote them down. Hopefully, I'll be able to read her writing. Let me zoom these in. Okay. Okay. So this is from today, the 23rd. And it says Ken's underscore M15. See, wait, I hate two-factor authentication. Sorry for yelling, I got triggered. Wait, Stevie, what are you talking about? She basically just wrote the conversation from the comments on paper. Okay. I think, like I said, most of these, whenever I read through them earlier, a few of them, I think it was some of the same ones that was in those screenshots. But there was so many screenshots that I can go through and like take them and put them on my computer. I just don't know if I can keep them in order. Hey, Teresa, how are you? All right. So it says one of the comments was, "My mother is not fake. She wants her son back, and we did not let him leave. He left when he was told not to, and that the cops would be called." Okay. They didn't let him leave. He just left when he was told not to. When you try and log in and they want, oh, okay, I got you, Stevie. Teresa, I'm doing good. Some of the stuff that these kids say don't make sense. Okay, they are posted in. Okay, so once I go over this one, then I'll jump over to the Facebook group since they're in order over there. Because I was like looking at them in the email, and I was like, yeah, I'm just not even gonna try it. Because there was so many of them, I just worried I would get them all out of order. Okay, so that's one thing that don't make sense. They didn't let him leave. He left when he was told not to. Okay, why not try to stop him from leaving? Did they even try to stop him from leaving? All right, so the next one says that none of us are treated differently and he wasn't being abused. Hold on one second. All right. Okay, so none of us are treated differently and he wasn't being abused. And that's just because a lot of people were wondering on social media if all the kids were being treated like him, or if it was just him or what. See, when you add multiple pictures and emails, it doesn't always get. Yeah, no, wait, what a baby is fine. See, because nobody can control a 14-year-old. I'm sorry, but if my 14-year-old tried to leave and was going to run away or claim that they were going to run away, I'd be damned they'd be leaving the house. Okay, so the next one says she's responding to someone in this one. She says, exactly, but you missed the part where I was talking about the picture. The next one says, y'all were stupid and rude, so I called them. It's making accusations that don't even make sense. Learn what happened first. It was see, Vapor, you got jokes again tonight, don't you? Sounds like they all ganged up on him. King Scarlet, that's what it sounds like. It's almost like he was the one in the house that got picked on, bullied, and everybody, like the parents did it, so the kids joined in with it, and they all just ganged up on him. That's what it sounds like. Okay, then the next one says, oh, wait, every night just doesn't show up in text. All right, so the next one says, and you shouldn't have looked at the rest instead of taking out certain parts. So once again, she's basically just responding to what people are saying. Okay, I only said that he was being bad at home because that's why he was crying in the picture. He got in trouble for being bad. Okay, so he got in trouble, but what is the point of taking a picture of him? Don't lie and say that he wasn't wearing the shirt as a punishment because the parents have already said that they he was wearing the shirt for punishment. Elisa B, no, him and his sister are not the only kids. He actually has an older brother that is 10 years older than him. He has an older sister that is 2 years older than him. Then it's him and his twin, and then they have a younger brother. Not sure the exact age of the younger brother. And Roger, no, this is just what his twin had said on different posts on social media, and the lady who posted it she posted it on one of the Facebook groups. She went and wrote down everything that the sister was saying and just put it all in one spot. Because if not, you would literally, I'm sure this may be from different social media posts. And she just took it and put it all in one. Betty Joe, how are you? So the younger brother is 11. Okay. All right. So she's saying he was only being bad at home. Seems like They're not taking responsibility for anything. Hey, honey, how are you? Everything, it seems like what they're saying is it's all Scotty's fault. Scotty was being bad, so Scotty had to wear the shirt. Scotty was being bad, so, and saying he was going to run away from home, so cops were going to be called on him. Uh, Everything is Scotty's fault. Is what it seems like. It seems like Scotty, based on what everybody else said, people at school and people in the community, the police department, uh, Scotty was a good kid. He was nice, a very sweet boy. That's what people were saying. Police department says that they haven't had any run-ins with him at all. It seems like Scotty was the good one, and he lived in a house with a bunch of narcissistic people who thought that it was okay to punish their kids by wearing stuff like this and taking videos and pictures of them and humiliating them. All right, let's see. Okay, so I only said that he was being bad at home because that's why he was crying in the picture. He got in trouble for being bad. And then she says, on the next one, stop focusing on the shirt for 1 second and actually think critically. Well, we're thinking critically that he's wearing a shirt that he was for a punishment that said all these horrible things about him. And the parents took a video and or picture to humiliate him. I mean, what? How else would somebody take that picture? Honestly, is there anybody else in this chat who would take that picture that we all seen of that boy upset, crying in that white T-shirt? Would anybody else take that picture any differently than that? Okay, what does she say? His parents, like they are different than her. Stevie, I don't know. This lady here just went and uh, I would assume this is verbatim. I do have some of the posts where this come off of that I'm going to show here in just a second. Okay, Grizzly. Wait. Grizzly found mom had CPS. Oh wait, Marissa. Yes, hold on. Where did I took a screenshot of that? Wait, I gotta find it. White Widow baby. Did I send that to you in Crime Crazy? Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? Okay, how can his teachers praise him yet the family vilifies him? I mean, you can have a kid that goes to school and is a perfect kid at school, but when he gets home, they're gonna think that like his family's gonna think that he's bad or whatever because he doesn't do the things that they do. They're sitting here bullying their kid. They're bullying their brother. They think that it's okay, and he may not think that that's okay. So it's different than what their perspective of things are. They think it's okay to humiliate him and punish him like this, but he doesn't think that it's okay. The parents may do that to the other kids. Maybe Scotty's the only one who speaks up about it and doesn't agree with it. And because of that, he gets more of it. He gets more bullying and all this and that. And they think that he's being bad because he doesn't agree with them. Where is, hold on, y'all. Yes, here we go. I did not send it to myself, but I do have it. What was it, Marissa, that was saying that about Grizzly? John B, how are you? I think it was Marissa. Okay, so whoever was talking about Grizzly, about what she had found about the mom, I do have a screenshot of that. I didn't email it to myself. But if this is his mom, which she's either under before her and the husband, before her and the dad, they got married. Thank you, Marissa, for reminding me of that. Or she was married to somebody else, but she does have some run-ins with child welfare. Mom Bear, how are you? Okay, so where's the next one? Okay, so they're saying stop focusing on the shirt for 1 second and actually think critically, which we have done. And then she says, okay, then you should know that I was explaining the shirt picture to y'all, which I haven't really seen her explain the shirt picture other than he wasn't wearing it for a punishment. Okay, why is the shirt? And then she's asking, why is the shirt so important to everyone? Y'all need to focus on finding him and not a shirt. Why would people not concentrate on the shirt? The shirt basically tells the whole story. Sweet Melissa, I mean, for the most part, I did. He did give me an extra allergy medicine to go along with my other one and an antibiotic because I do have a sinus infection. Uh, but then also, I got to wear a Holter monitor for 48 hours so they can figure out why my heart rate keeps going up. Because for some reason, it just wants to do it uh, on its own for no reason at all. Lois, can you? Yes, let me send it over to y'all. And I had it sitting in my email. I mean, on my phone. I was going to email it to y'all today. I just completely forgot. Give me just 1 second, everyone. uh, did it not send? What the heck? Okay. Wait, what a baby! I just sent it. Okay. Okay, the CPS reports is a different woman, different age, woman, different town, different family. Okay, thank you, Mom Bear. I just sent it over to the mod so they can verify it for me. Crystal, how are you? Okay, what was that? Oh, here we go. Okay. Let's see. All right. Then she says his dad is with his other children and out looking for him because strangers keep coming up to the door and he wants his son back. Then it says cops were called as soon as he stepped out of the house. Oh, wait. I didn't want to show that yet. And then it says we don't know where he is. Well, it was said that he left at 8:15, but the cops were called at 8:30. Let's see, my hubby's heart rate goes up when he goes to stop. Sweet Melissa, mine just goes up over 100 beats per minute just for no reason at all. Like, I can just be sitting here at the computer, just basically looking through stuff, and it'll shoot up. So they said they want me to wear the Holter monitor for 48 hours and see if they can catch it doing it, and then they're going to go from there. And see what the problem is. I hope not, Chris, because he was talking about maybe blood pressure medicine and all this and that. I'm too young for all that, y'all. All right. Okay, so then it says, "Oh, I think that you can figure that out if you actually listen to what the police said. I'm not going to explain it to you because you don't want to listen." H Town Finest, how are you? Wait, what happened to Crystal? Hold on. Let's see, hey friends, please pray for me tomorrow. I am placing Mama in a nursing home because I can't care for her. Crystal, I'm so sorry. Okay, if they really did make it. So if he really did make it out of that house, I worry the next Next best logical explanation is predator getting a hold of him. And see, Mom Bear, we were even talking about that the other night. Someone had asked what what predators were up there, and there really isn't any predators that he would have to really worry about. I don't think. Sleep, Melissa. If that's all it was, then I wouldn't really have anything to worry about. Let's see. I have a heart of a 40-year-old cardiologist told me last year that my heart missed a beat at hospital. Oh wow. Let's see what else. Let's see. What worries me is my dad. Like he died from a stroke, and so that worries me a lot. Plus my grandmother had to have a triple bypass, so she had a bad heart. So it's kind of like on both sides of my family: blood pressure problems, heart problems, and all that. So I think I get a little worried sometimes, but when the heart is like beating so fast that I can literally feel it just sitting, like I'm sitting here now at my desk, calm, I'm not upset about anything, and I know when it's starting to do it because I can feel it in my throat when it starts. It's like beating so hard, and then whenever I check it, it's over 100 beats per minute. Okay. Chris, it does. There's been a couple of times. That's like a lot of times when I don't go live, it's because of that. Because I have to lay down to try to get it to go down, and sometimes it gets scary, and I think I need to go to the hospital. And it stresses me out big time. Plus, these cases probably has a lot to do with it. Also, like just these cases and some of the things that we go over. Um, it's very upsetting. Let's see. I have crazy low blood pressure due to my lupus. Marissa, please be careful. There's an AFib app that checks that stuff. Is there really? Well, I'll have to look the app up. But hopefully, this dang halter monitor I got to wear will tell them something. That's what I'm worried about now is what results is going to give. Marissa, you need to be careful, seriously. Yeah, Chris, I know. I know. I mean, I've been taking my aspirin every day too. And I have noticed that since I've been doing the aspirin, the heart thing hasn't been as much or as often, but it still needs to get checked out. No, Marissa, I did. I don't know what happened to it. I used to have one, but I had to have it for my father-in-law, and I don't know what I did with it when I moved uh, all of the stuff from his house back down to mine. So you just finished. Let's see, my husband's heart rate jumped so high, no set time. Worse than C. Had to get something rewired, so to speak. Just finished wearing a heart monitor for the second time. Oh wow. Hopefully, whatever it is, it can be fixed with medicine because I'm not about like going to the hospital to have procedures done. Um, yeah, I'm always worried that something bad is. That's why I don't even go to the hospital or to the doctor. I'm always worried something bad is going to happen. When you stress, your body releases certain hormones. It's calm your heart rate shoot up. And see, King Scarlet, though, that's the thing. Like, I can just be sitting here and not even, no stress whatsoever, and it just does it. Like, there's no triggers for it. And that's what my doctor didn't understand. And he even asked me that, like, okay, so are you exercising? Yeah. Is there some type of trigger? No. There's literally nothing. And that's when he was like, well, you need to wear the Halter monitor for 48 hours. I got to go at 10:30 Monday to pick it up and bring it back Wednesday. I know, Chris, I hate the doctor. Oh my God, I hate the doctor. Okay, so let me get back into this, y'all. Let's see. Okay, then she says, a lot, I've explained a lot of you actually read what I have to say in the screenshots. And it says here, a question asked by user. Why was he wearing the awful shirt? I doubt he made that himself. And then she responds, I don't know. You will go or we shall beat your ass. Chris, now come on. You and what army? Thank you, Gigi. I mean, Christy, it's going to take an army to do that. Okay, so then she says, because bad people are everywhere and I cannot leave the house. So apparently, the sister is claiming that there are people that is coming up to their house. She can't leave the house because there's people coming up to the house. There's bad people around there and nobody likes them right now. Hey, Nika, how are you? Um, eh, whether that's true or not, I'm pretty sure people are talking about them around town just because of the way the parents are acting in the picture that was taken. I did read another post, I believe it was on Twitter, where somebody said that a lot more people would come out and help look for him if they knew that he didn't have to go back to that house. So I'm pretty sure people, I mean, it's a very small town. People in that town knows what's going on. And if there's something bad going on in that house, people in the neighborhood know about it. Lost Souls Army. Chris, I promise I'll be okay. Tree baby, how are you? Wait till she has to go back to school after spring break. Oh yeah, she's probably gonna get done bad, honestly. Okay, they were engaged in 2007, married in 2011. She would have had the husband's last name then. Okay, so wait, what a baby was the name that is on that list. Is that her maiden name or is that a last name from a previous marriage? Yeah, Stevie, that's the one that I sent to her. Betty Joe Vape. Thank you, Marissa. Sometimes I can feel my heartbeat in my ear. Yeah, I don't vape as much as I did, but I might probably have to end up quitting that too. Yeah, Tad, I do. I drink Coke. Polly would be her maiden name. Okay, so then she wasn't married before the guy she's with now. Then, yeah, Betty Jo, I'm probably gonna have to quit. All right. Okay, so somebody did ask her when she says about that she can't leave her house. Somebody did ask her, "Did you like? So you're saying that you never leave your house?" And she says, "I leave my house all the time, but I cannot go out recently because people don't like us right now because of the accusations." Then she says, "I called them that because they were accusing our parents of horrible things. I didn't call him a bad kid. I said he was being bad at home. That was it." What the hell's the difference in saying that he's being bad at home and calling him a bad kid? Okay, so our records show two possible bankruptcies, no criminal records. From our records, I will go back to the government website to check. Okay, thank you, White Widow Baby. Heard earlier that he was seen on camera by a school, so they knew his direction for a bit. Where the search dogs come in. And I don't understand why the search dogs didn't pick up his scent before. I mean, if he left the house, they should have been able to pick that up. Hold on. Give me just 1 second, y'all. All right, hold on, y'all. Freaking, I don't know if I hit the wrong damn thing or what, but my picture went down. So give me just a second. Okay. Let's see. I wonder if they use Mars. I don't know. I did see where they said something about bloodhounds they had um, out there, but I mean, if they're saying that he left at 8:15 or 8:30 or whatever, and they called the police as soon as he left the house, that tells me that you had to see him like walk out the door. Why didn't you follow him? Or if they called the police right then, like they should have known what direction he went in. She's claiming that he just like he was gone quickly. Okay, so all right, she says he lies and steals all the time, nonstop. They are literally just put out, and this is his damn twin. Like the one person that the family ain't, the parents ain't gonna take up for him. His twin should. PV Steve, how are you? Yeah, PV Steve, we're talking about Scotty right now. Okay, and then she says y'all can see it for what it says on Facebook and stuff. It's nothing bad. Just said that he was reported missing and we want him back. Said that he was being bad at home, not talking shit about him. I learned the difference. Okay, so said that he was being bad at home, not talking shit about him. Well, if you're saying that he's being bad at home, yeah, you're talking shit about him. They're not. I, they don't see a problem with it. Tad, that's what I'm thinking, because the dogs didn't pick the scent up. Okay, let me grab this video real quick, uh, and I'm gonna play it. They want him back so they can just yeah. I mean, if they want him back so bad, and that's what's not making sense. If they know that he left, and the way she's saying it, why didn't they follow him to keep up with him? One parent followed trying to get him back in the house while the other parent's on the phone calling the police so the police can get out there and keep him from leaving. Instead, they didn't do that. And now here he is a week and he's missing and they have no idea where he's at. Unless they really do know where he's at. Or they made him leave themselves and he didn't leave on his own. Okay. Give me just a second. I'm fixing to pull this video up. All right, so this is from Law and Crime. I heard he was stomping his feet before he left. Hey, Ray, how are you? Yeah, Cheryl, there's been so many things that's been said about this boy. It's crazy. All right, I'm fixing to go ahead and play this real quick. Like I said, this is from Law and Crime, and it says search continues for missing 14-year-old last photograph wearing I Am Liar t-shirt.
It can absolutely happen anywhere, and you really just never know when or where or by whom.
A 14-year-old Indiana boy is still missing 1 week after his mysterious disappearance. But it's the last known photograph of Scotty Dean Morris that's getting a lot of attention.
Certainly, it's very suspicious. It's very concerning.
After his disappearance, investigators posted this photo of Morris wearing a t-shirt with handwritten phrases on the front, including, quote, "I'm a liar, cheat, and I hurt my little brother." According to a report by the Indy Star, the photo was likely taken just before Morris disappeared.
We just ask if anybody knows where Scotty is at, you please reach out to us. We want to get him here safe and to try to help him in whatever he needs.
Morris was last seen on March 16th, leaving his Eaton, Indiana home at about 8:30 that evening. About an hour and a half north of the capital city of Indianapolis, Eaton's temperatures have dipped below freezing since Morris's disappearance. According to former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney Florina Altshuler, the t-shirt could represent several things.
But it could cut either way. It could be a shirt that he himself made and was a pre-suicide sort of a thing, cry for help. Or it could be something that somebody else made him wear as a point of embarrassment. And right now, without more detail, it's very difficult to tell which direction that heads in.
Altshuler says it could be a sign of abuse from Morris's parents, but right now it's still too early to tell.
Well, it's certainly endangering the welfare of a child, and depending on what happened to him and where he is now, it would be a sign of potentially something a lot worse happening beyond that. If they did that, if they, either made him make the shirt or made the shirt for him and then took those photos. But it could cut a different angle. It could be something that he himself did or put on as a cry for help. And really right now, we just don't know which direction that's going in.
Investigators say hundreds of volunteers and multiple departments are assisting in the search for Morris.
There is a multi-agency involvement, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, volunteer fire departments, surrounding counties, our county. We're all working together.
According to Altshuler, it's the early stages of the investigation that matter most.
So the first 48 hours are really important in an investigation because all of the evidence would still be fresh, and a lot of the DNA evidence, blood spatter evidence, all of the scientific evidence would likely lead to reliable results. The more time that goes by, the more that evidence will deteriorate and disappear. You're dealing with weather elements outside. You're dealing with things being wiped away. You're dealing with transference. You're dealing with a lot of things that happen with time that essentially erase evidence that could be helpful.
Authorities initially said that Morris was, quote, believed to be in extreme danger and may require medical assistance, but have not given any more details. The department received backlash after posting the photo of Morris wearing that t-shirt. The Eaton Police Department released a statement later saying in part, quote, that was the only photo that EPD was given to display and was quickly posted in an effort to help find Scotty. We are very sorry the post seemed as if we were trying to shame him in any way, as that would never be our intent. The department later edited the photo and cropped out Morris's shirt.
Certainly, if there's more about these parents, if there were other CPS investigations or other incidents with them, that would suggest that they might be behind this.
Morris's mother spoke exclusively with Indiana TV station WTHR. At the time, investigators said she was cooperating with law enforcement, but according to Altshuler, that isn't indicative of innocence or guilt.
I really don't give any credence to cooperation or lack of cooperation. Every single person has the right not to speak to law enforcement, and I don't think that should be held against them. At the same time, when people do speak to law enforcement and cooperate, sometimes they're quite guilty and give statements that are going to be used against them later on. So I don't think cooperation in and of itself is indicative that the person didn't do it or is a good person, or the opposite.
She says it may be a good idea for Morris's family to retain an attorney.
I think anytime anybody is a potential suspect, whether they did it or not, it is a good idea, unfortunately, to not say anything and to have an attorney speak on their behalf so that those statements are not later used against them. And that's not because they're guilty, it's because they may sound like they're guilty, and that's never good. And of course, if they are guilty, then certainly they don't want to give up evidence against themselves.
But Altshuler also says a parent shouldn't be judged for how they react to their child's disappearance.
I think a lot of times we're quick to say things like, well, if this was my child, that's not how I would be acting or reacting. But I think it's very difficult to know how anyone would act or react unless and until you're in those shoes. And even then, two different people who are genuinely suffering from the loss of their child could react quite differently. Trauma is handled in many different ways by different people. And so to judge solely based on statements made and the facial expressions and emotional reactions or lack thereof, I think is unfair.
Altshuler says the most important step is finding Morris. Whether alive or dead, it will help answer questions about his disappearance.
If he's deceased, there's the question of what caused him to pass, but also there's the question of what put him into the position to then pass in the first place. So even if they did not kill him, if they abused him, if they emotionally abused him, if they physically abused him, if they caused him to go out there in just a t-shirt and be out there for who knows how long, perhaps there were other crimes that were committed. And if those crimes that were committed were abuse that rose to the level of a felony, and then he died in the course thereof, that could be felony murder, even if they didn't intend to kill him and didn't kill him, but committed other crimes that then resulted in his death.
Moving forward, officials say the search for Morris continues with assistance from local, state, and national investigators via drone, sonar equipment, boats, and canine units.
I'm assuming that they're going to be contacting every person that this young man has had contact with. And I expect that they're doing a digital trace of evidence to see whether if he had a cell phone, where that phone might be tracked, if he was using any sort of technology where that may have last been used, looking at web addresses and looking at where those were logged in, looking at whatever social media history he might have from before his disappearance, and speaking to his friends and classmates and whoever else had contact with him. Sometimes they could scour local Ring cameras, doorbell cameras from the neighborhood, neighborhood surveillance cameras to see if he's witnessed on those cameras moving through a location, potentially being abducted, potentially getting into a vehicle, whatever last steps he took and wherever he last was.
Law and Crime Network reached out to Morris's family for this story, but have not yet heard back. Anyone with more information about his whereabouts is asked to contact the Eaton Police Department. Reporting for Law and Crime Network.
Okay. So they've reached out to the family, but haven't gotten a comment back. Did they honestly think they're going to get a comment back from his family? They won't even show up to a vigil for him. They didn't even want to speak out for him. They're not going to respond back to any type of media. It's really visible in the U.S. It's all over Twitter tonight. Oh, really, Ted? Huh. Oh, Sarah, that is true. If they need a lawyer, they may have to do a GoFundMe. No way, how are you? Let's see, geez, I can't imagine having behavioral problems with 5 people living in 2-bedroom house. Opinion seems that his happiest times were at school where he could be himself. Ratchet, hashtag ratchet fine. I mean, yeah, look at the picture of him that was taken a few days before he went missing when he was at school for his, like, a band thing that they had going on. He had a smile on his face. I mean, there are other pictures that I've seen where he does have a smile on his face. There's one that was of his birthday. He had a birthday cake in front of him that said, "Happy birthday, Scott." And he had a smile on his face. But other people were around, I'm sure, other than the people that he lived with. So we don't really know what was going on in that house, that maybe he was faking it. The smile in these other pictures. Sarah M., I have been on the lookout for that GoFundMe. Okay, y'all, give me just a second. Let me get this out of my thing. Uh, and I wanted to pull this up real quick. This is sort of a timeline of what's been going on with Scotty. And it was updated today. Give me just 1 second. Okay. All right. So like I said, it came out on the 17th, the day after he went missing, but it was updated today. And I think they're just basically updating the timeline part of it. But it does say that police in East Central Indiana continue to look for a missing 14-year-old boy who is the subject of an active statewide silver alert. The Eaton Police Department is investigating the disappearance of Scotty Dean Morris, who was last seen Thursday, March 16th, walking on east on Indiana Avenue near Marfran Court in Eaton around 8:30. Eaton is about 75 miles northeast of Indianapolis in Delaware County. But the thing is, where they're talking about east on Indiana Avenue near the Marfran Court, his house literally sits on that corner of those two streets. So I'm wondering if his house has any type of cameras on it, or if maybe a house on the opposite side of the Marfran Court, on the opposite corner there, called him on their camera, and that's how they know he was walking that way, or what? Because they're convinced that he was walking. Which, if you're looking at his house, the Marfran Court is on the right side of his house, and they haven't said anything about him going the opposite direction. Okay, can't they track via area cameras? Sarah, I can pull up the map in just a second. It's really not. I don't know if they would have cameras, like area cameras, maybe just cameras on houses, which they just came out today and asked people to look on their cameras a week after he's been missing. But I don't think they have like cameras like towns or cities has. Okay, so this says as the temperatures get colder, police said it's important that they find Morris as quickly as possible. I want this young man to know that we are not here to make sure that he's in trouble. We want to help him and make sure that he's safe. And that's coming from the police chief, Jay Turner. And them and the parents keep saying, like, just like the mom said, I know you're mad. I'm afraid that you're afraid of the police. The police saying we want to make sure that he's not in trouble. So there's no telling what the parents told the police either. Let's see. Sounds like that if he told them he was going to run away and then did so, he might have had a plan. I wonder if there was some way that he got in touch with someone, and that someone came and picked him up and got him away from there, like, super quick. Or if because they said that he went to school that day. I wonder if he already had this plan in motion and got someone from school that day, told him what he was going to do. And the plan was he was going to leave at such and such time, and somebody was supposed to pick him up around there. The police is like, no way, that's what I was thinking. His mom kept saying, if wherever you're at, if you see the police coming to you, don't be scared. If you are scared, reach out. Me and Dad will come pick you up. So that's the first thing that I thought was, have they been threatening this boy with the police? Because of course, at 14 years old, if you're threatening a 14-year-old with the police, they're going to be scared of the police. I'm sure they have to check the older brother's house. And PV Steve, there is the river runs through there, and then there is some other little ponds. I don't know if they're uh, sewage ponds that are there, and like not like across the field from his house. And then there's another pond a little ways down the river from his house. So there's a lot of areas of water right there close to where he lives. Okay, I had heard that it was a scare tactic. It's CJK, you're talking about them threatening him with the police? And no, wait, no, they haven't said for sure if he has the backpack with him. I think a lot of people are suspecting that he has it with him just because it was sitting there beside of him on the steps. Maybe he packed the backpack full of clothes and told his parents he was running away, and because they made him wear the shirt. His sister said they told him they would call the police, so he may already know if the police find him, he's going back home. Yeah. As one, how are you? I don't know. Maybe they made him wear the shirt. He got upset, packed his bag, said he was going to leave. He's running away. Mom or dad pulls out the phone, records him, takes a picture, whatever, and then threatens if he leaves, they're going to call the police. And more than likely, they probably, as they're taking a picture of the video, they're probably saying, okay, I have this video of you saying that you're going to run away. If you run away, I'm going to call the police. And they're also saying that there was an altercation with him and some adults at his house. Wait, Roger, what do you mean? Do we have a hard address? I have the address of his house. I mean, it's all over. I'm not going to put it out, but it's all over the internet. Okay, if the kids are on spring break, you could be parents. Well, P Fox, they were saying that they were wondering if maybe he went to one of these people who are on, like, they're out of town for spring break, and he's at their house, and nobody's going to know that he's there until they come back from spring break. Which tomorrow will be the last day of spring break, and over the weekend, people's going to start coming back home. Yeah, Roger, I have his home address. Hey, Linda, how are you? Should have brought him a cell phone so controlling that she didn't affect him. And now they did say that he had a cell phone, but I did see where allegedly it was taken from him in October. Okay, let me get through this real quick. All right, so they're saying that until they find him, they're not going to give up on the search. We've taken this seriously from the very beginning, and we're going to continue to investigate until we find him, is what Turner is saying. Now, the other day, police come out and said, we're suspending the search. We don't have any more tips or leads coming in. It's very tiring and all this and that. They got a lot of backlash on social media for that little comment of it's very tiring. I even brought it up. They come out the next day and they say, oh no, the search hasn't been suspended. Just we're not going to be having like the search parties and the volunteer searchers and all this and that. And that they're still following up on leads and tips. So the day before that, they didn't have any leads and tips coming in. But then all of a sudden they do. Linda, honestly, if you have a troubled kid, and I know that some people think, okay, well, I'm going to take your phone, I'm going to ground, like, you're not going to have it, and they think that that's good. But if you have a kid who has the potential of running away, you don't want to take their cell phone away from them. You want them to be able to take the cell phone so you can potentially track them through the cell phone. No, wait, what a baby. I haven't seen anywhere where they've confirmed that he took that backpack. Okay. All right, so here's the update. So today, the 23rd, the update was Eaton police are asking residents who have cameras posted on their houses to check their footage on March 16th from 8:15 p.m. to 11 p.m. Anyone who finds anything noteworthy is asked to contact the Eaton Police Department. Why wasn't they asking the residents last Friday, last Saturday? Why are they waiting a week? That don't make no sense. Like, that is stuff it could have been recorded over if they had anything. Just watch the mom. Something is off about her. Oh, Christy, she didn't even cry. She tried her best. She forced that emotion on her face, and she couldn't even squeeze a damn tear out. Any cameras? They will know about the backpack. Yeah. They haven't came out. The law enforcement hasn't came out and said if he took that backpack with him or not. Jimmy would have left with items he may have left, but I think the parents are more. Yeah. Do we know if he has a girlfriend? No, I haven't seen anything about a girlfriend either. The family hasn't said anything about a girlfriend in any of their social media posts. The law enforcement hasn't said anything. Like, this whole case is just, it's almost like this boy was literally all he did was went to school and went home. And I think they said that something about that he had track practice after school the day he went missing. But I don't know. This whole case is just. Notice it doesn't say Scotty, but anything. It's Stevie. That is a good point. It just says if anybody finds anything noteworthy, not if you see Scotty on your cameras or anything. I'm wondering if police think something's up with the parents, and they just haven't came out and said it. Because they, even with the polygraph test, they never said that the parents passed the polygraph test. They just said that the parents were given polygraphs and that they were looking elsewhere. Not they passed, not they failed, not that it showed deception, nothing. That's all it said. All right. So yesterday, on Wednesday, it says in a Facebook post, the Eaton police clarified that the search for Morris had not been called off. Police previously said that there will be no more organized public searches. But they actually said that they were canceling the searches, like it was being called off. Mom of 3 boys, how are you? Says, okay, so while there won't be any search parties, police is still working with the Indiana State Police, Delaware County Sheriff's Department, DNR, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to help find Morris. Police said the K-9 teams are assisting in the investigation, so they are trying to lessen any interference with their operations. See, no confirmation of them. No, they haven't. They haven't came out and said the parents are cleared. We don't believe they had anything to do with it. Nothing. They did say that the punishment with the white shirt was unorthodox and that they are looking into it. Okay, so Tuesday, the 21st, state and local authorities aren't organizing any search teams that require help from the public. Instead, they're using the boats, sonar, drones, and even dive teams if needed to search the areas of nearby water where Morris was last seen. So I wonder if they've already searched the waters and they didn't find anything. Or if they just haven't got to search the water areas yet. See, Ellie must No more, or wouldn't they expand the search bigger city? Well, they did say here, Marissa, on Tuesday that they're going to check areas of water nearby and further search the river as it goes out of Eatontown limits. But they don't say if they're going if they're expanding the search area outside of the town other than the water. So do they think that he's still in the town? Um, or what? Because they don't even say if they're expanding it out of town on land. This is like a Quentin Simon case. Oh, 9mm. This is like several cases that we've heard of in the past, all bunched up into one. I hope it doesn't turn out like Quentin's. Honestly. Okay. Let's see. It says other canines will also be used Tuesday. Said that. Yeah, Jan. I mean, they need to, but I don't know if they have or not. It would make sense that if they've searched the town 4 times and they can't find him, that they need to expand the search area. That's what makes me think that he didn't walk out of the house on his own. It kind of seems like he might have left the house with the help of someone else. If y'all catch what I'm trying to say. Like something happened in the house and then he was removed from the house. They're saying that there was an altercation with the adults in the house. There's only 2 adults in the house. His older brother is an adult, but he doesn't live there. So the only adults would be the parents. So did something happen during the altercation with the adults in the house and something really bad happened to him? That's why the dad hasn't came out and spoken. And mom is covering. They had helicopters with infrared search dogs, searchers. Doesn't make sense. Hey, Rich, how are you? It makes absolutely no sense. I think that's, yeah, no way. I mean, I'm trying not to be graphic here, but, something like that could have happened. And maybe the police might suspect that, but they're keeping that to themselves right now. Because, I mean, honestly, they had to have thought that it was super weird that the parents didn't come out right away and speak and beg for their son to come home. And then the police chief gets up there and what was it? How did he put it? We agreed that it was like that she needed to come out and speak or however he said it, but it was the word we. Not the mom wanted to come out on her own and speak, or the mom thought it was a good idea, or the family thought it was a good idea. Okay. Reading through the updates, there's definitely a change in language tone from initially helping to specifically find Scotty's whereabouts or anything noteworthy after saying public can't help. Okay. Scotty Morris fled his home wearing a white t-shirt with an eerie message that said, "I'm a liar," written looks like black marker pen. And I don't think he made that shirt either. I think his mama or one of them sisters wrote that for him because the handwriting was too neat. Roger, I don't know where the camera called him at. They haven't came out and said if it was a neighbor, or honestly, they haven't even confirmed that he was seen on camera. Not that I've seen anyway. All right. Let's see. Okay, that's the same thing. That there was a meeting held with the members of ISP, which is Indiana State Police, Delaware County Sheriff's Office, Indiana DNR, other organizations. See, the search parties gathered Saturday and Monday. So that's pretty much all that was. We don't see that. So that was all. I mean, the most recent update was from today. Where did it go? Just that they were asking for people to check their cameras. That should have been like updated on March the 17th. The way the hurt is underlined, it says both forensic languages. Okay, I would say that is portraying an authority figure dynamic specific the wrongdoing subordinates. And the whole damn thing is weird, honestly. Alright, let me get rid of this and grab my next stuff. What's the screenshot of? Oh, let me jump over to, hold on, y'all. Let me go to the Facebook group real quick. Because what Little Baby said that all of those were posted in order over there. And I can just pull it up from there and I ain't got to worry about... Okay, why is it not? Here we go. Alright. Let's see, I want to know what he lied about, how he cheated. I mean, they're saying he cheated, but we can't see. It's a shame that we can't see what the whole shirt says. So we can better understand it. Okay. Let me get this pulled up here. All right. All right. So everybody else's name except for the sisters has been marked out. Okay. And can everybody see this okay? There's also a rumor that this... Oh, 9mm, I've seen that. First, it was a project for school. Then it was a project for school that went wrong. Like, they really tried to pull that off line about it. And then the police came out and say, oh, no, the parents, they made him wear it as a form of punishment. And that's probably why the mama hurry up and left when she said what she had to say the other day. She probably hurried up and left so the media couldn't ask her about the shirt. Okay. All right. Make sure I got it. So this is the Ken's _M15. Gigi, he's been missing since 8:30 last Thursday, March the 16th. All right, so she says, my mom is not fake. She wants her son back, and we did not let him leave. He left when he was told not to, and that cops would be called. So she's still trying to make it sound like he's a bad kid, that he did something he was told not to. Not that they let him leave, because they didn't let him leave. He left because he was told not to. So she's taking the blame off of her and her parents and putting it all on Scotty. That's what she's doing here. Yeah, the mom is completely fake. All right, so someone else responded to her and said, any hate being directed at your family has to do with your parents, not you. I'm sorry, but this girl is 14 years old and she is on here trashing her twin brother. Let my kids start out the door at 14 and 8 there and watch me. That's what I'm saying, Christy. If my child at 14, if I told them not to do something and they tried to do it, yeah, it wasn't going to work out too well for them. Hold on just a second, y'all. Okay. All right. So then she says none of us are treated differently and he wasn't abused. I wonder what this person's definition of abuse is. All right. So then someone told her an hour later and she is fake. No tears on the news in front of the whole state. Where is he if you know the story? Because the cops. Okay, let me go to the next one. And see, that one got cut off. So let me go to the next one. All right. Looks like her and her son have been to wear. Gigi, that could have been it. All right. So then the sister says, exactly, but you missed the part where I was talking about the picture. Y'all are being stupid and rude, so I called them. It stopped making accusations that don't even make sense or learn what happened first. Then she goes on to say, responding to someone else, then you should have looked at the rest instead of taking out certain parts. I only said that he was being bad at home because that's why he was crying in the picture. He got in trouble for being bad. Okay. So she must have been calling someone. Why will it not go bigger than that? Okay. So that, yes, Mama Three Boys, it's his bio dad and bio mom. See, we will be. All right, so then the sister says, I called them that because they were accusing our parents of horrible things. I didn't call him a bad kid. I said he was being bad at home. That was it. Define being bad because this is what I'm trying to address with you earlier. You're defending them this hard shows you're either scared or brainwashed. So I wonder if she's scared of the parents. Is that the reason why she's defending the parents so bad? Hold on one second. Give me just 1 second, y'all. One second. All right. Okay, so then the sister says he lies and steals all the time, nonstop. Still putting everything on Scotty. And then she goes on to say that because bad people are everywhere, I cannot leave the house. And then that's when somebody had asked, you never leave your house. She says, I leave my house all the time, but I cannot go out recently because people don't like us right now because of accusations. Then somebody responds to her and says, I mean, y'all let him leave the house and now he's gone. Your mom didn't shed a tear. She is fake, and I hope and pray that nothing is happening to you. Hey, Ashes, how are you? So if he wore the shirt to school, the school would have footage of him wearing it. I'm wondering if they made him wear it after he got home from school. Because it seems like if he would have wore that to school, the school would have done something. Like they would have gotten in touch with the parents, like turned that in to someone. Okay. Okay, and then somebody's responding something about very difficult. And then they asked her, why was he wearing that awful shirt? I doubt he made it himself. And she responds, I don't know. And then somebody tells her, I'm very sorry, honey. Can I help you at all in any way? So people make it it's almost like there are people that are thinking that maybe she's defending the parents because she's scared of the parents, or she could be getting abused just like he did. And it don't always have to be physical abuse. It could be emotional. It could be verbal. It could be anything like that. Let's see. I have a big question about steel. Steel what? From who? I don't know. She doesn't go into details about it, Stevie. All right. So then she tells this person, cops were called as soon as he stepped out of the house. We don't know where he is. Well, they knew when he stepped out of the house. Why didn't they follow him to keep up with him? Hey, Yorkie Mama, how are you? I mean, you have your cell phone in your hand. Why not follow him out the door? If you're going to call the police, at least follow him out the door to see where he's going while you're on the phone with the police. Okay, and then she says, I think you can figure that out if you actually listen to what the police said. I'm not going to explain it to you because you don't want to listen. So I don't know what that was about. So apparently some of these have gotten deleted, some of these messages. Yorkie Mama, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. Right, the stories don't make sense. Especially the one of the cops were called as soon as he stepped out of the house. We don't know where he is. It's called Vallow. If I watch my child who has said that they're going to run away, walk out of the house, I'm going to follow them. Okay, so this person says that you haven't explained anything. She said, I've explained a lot. I've explained a lot of you actually read what I had to say in those screenshots. And I do have some screenshots of some other things. I'll have to go back and see if there's some of the same stuff that she's saying here. Okay. And then somebody asked her, why was he crying? Where is your dad? Why isn't he pleading for his son's return? She can't answer that because she goes back to the shirt. Why is the shirt so important to everyone? Y'all need to focus on finding him and not a shirt. Why isn't the sister focusing on finding her brother instead of on here arguing with people on social media? Missing kid is missing kid was photo timestamp. Ray, I don't know. We only got to see what they're claiming is a screenshot from a video that was taken of him. Hey, Rayanne, how are you? Gigi, he is... Hold on just 1 second. I've got it wrote down. He's not very tall. 5 foot 4 inches tall, 150 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. Okay. So she's asking again, why is the shirt so important to everyone? Y'all need to focus on finding him, not a shirt. And then she says his dad is with his other children and out looking for him because strangers keep coming up to the door and he wants his son back. That's what I'm thinking, Stevie. It's not making sense. His dad is with his other children. Okay, but and see, this is another thing. Like, she's his other child. Why isn't she with him? And then someone tells her down here, people are focused on the shirt because good parents don't fucking something. I don't know if I have that one. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So people are focusing on the shirt because good parents don't fucking shame their children like that. Then she's telling them, stop focusing on the shirt for 1 second and actually think critically. I mean, what other critical way can we think? The shirt in the picture tells the story, and the look on his face tells the story of what happened, or a lot of what happened. All right, so based on everything that's been released and the way she's defending this hard is because she's either scared or has been taught by her parents that. Maybe she is scared. If this is really the sister that's saying all this, maybe she's scared. Honestly, no. I don't think they would play with a baby. And if this is the mom on her daughter's account arguing with people on social media, one, that shows her age mentality, and two, that shows just what type of person she is by using her child's social media instead of her own. She's literally making people think that it is her child that is arguing with people and not her. Okay, so then it says, okay, then you should know that I was explaining the shirt picture to y'all. Then she says, y'all were being stupid and rude, so I called them it. Stop making accusations that don't even make sense and learn what happened first. Then she says, then you should look at the rest instead of taking out certain parts. I only said that he was being bad at home because that's why he was crying in the picture. He got in trouble for being bad. Why are they just saying that he's being bad? Why? Okay, so let's start it off at the very beginning of where we started. Instead of saying that he was being bad, why not just explain what he was doing? Rayanne, we're still talking about Scotty Morris, the 14-year-old that went missing last week. Lori and CJ, how are you? Okay, let's see. Why the heck would she allow her daughter at 14 to be on there fighting? She would be protecting her. Well, it doesn't make sense. She's saying that the dad is out with his other kids looking for Scotty. Well, if this is really the daughter, she's his other kid. Why isn't she with him? She's claiming she can't leave the house because of bad people. So is the parents leaving the kids at home? Or these strangers coming up to their house? Like, nothing that she's saying is making no sense. Okay. So that was all of those. Like I said, it starts back over where she's talking about her mom ain't fake. Be mad if my mom put his shirt on me at 14. Mom, don't trust me. Especially a shirt like that, Gigi, because, that is just the wrong age to do. Like, you shouldn't do it to your kid at all, but for sure, in the days of social media, you don't put a shirt like that or make a shirt like that and make your 14-year-old son wear it and then take a video of him. Okay, let's see. What is this screenshot? Give me just a second. This is the other sister. These other screenshots that I have. Exactly, John B. That is an age where if you do something to embarrass your child, humiliate them, people start bullying them, it can make the child hurt themselves. Okay, when does embarrassment and criticism change behavior? Crystal, that is true. But these parents, they didn't care. Seems like they did it for their amusement and for the other kids' amusement, honestly. Humiliation is never an appropriate punishment. Right, I agree with you on that. Going to maps to see if I can find doorbell cam. Okay, wait, little baby. I'm probably going to be pulling the maps up here in a minute also. See, she's defending her mother because she's a golden child of a narc parent. She's probably still being abused but manipulated so bad that she doesn't know it. Google the family dynamic around the narc parent. Okay, so this is from the other sister. This is from the older sister. She's saying that no one really knows where he could be or where he would go. They've already checked all the leads that they had and didn't find anything. Now it's just an ongoing search until he's safe. And this is just stuff that where she's responded to people. It doesn't have anybody else's stuff on here. She said the photo was never meant for social media purposes. Okay. But what's the point of taking the picture, though? Whether it was meant for social media or not. If that was a video, I wish we could see the video to see what whoever was taking the video of him, what they were saying to him. Were they saying stuff to him, picking on him, laughing at him? Was there other people in the background saying stuff to him? I mean, I would really like to see the video. Not for the public, but I'm curious about that. Okay, somebody else says something, or maybe she says something under that, but I can't see it. And then she says, yes, but he came back within 30 minutes. So I don't know if somebody had asked if he had ran away before or left the house before or whatever. Okay, so then she says the picture was from a video of him explaining why he wanted to run away. My mother told him that if he ran away, she would call the cops, and here we are. Because I believe the mom is a primary. All right, then she says my parents aren't public because they're getting bashed for things that aren't true. Their only concern right now is his safety, and some people can't respect that. No, I could respect it. That's where she's wrong. A lot of people on social media would respect the parents if they were out there begging and pleading for their son. If they'd have came out the night that he went missing or the next day and was very genuine with it. And I love you, Scotty. We're worried about you. Please come home. We want you safe. The dad was there. The sisters were there. But they didn't do that. But they want people to respect it. All right, so the sister also says that he had no phone or money, so I'm hoping that he couldn't get too far. All departments have checked all possible buildings in areas close to Eaton. I'm pretty sure they plan on expanding tomorrow. Question, would anyone be on social media if they had a missing child or brother? No, I'd be too busy looking for them. I might be on social media sharing a missing person flyer or keeping my brother's or sister's name out there. But that would be when the searches were done for the day. It wouldn't be all of this answering people back and arguing with people and telling lies and all that. No. Restriction. They choose either. I also never punished them while angry. I made them wait. My psychology at work. Yep. Okay, so that's what the other sister had said. So most likely in a net house, my son is 14 and then my other kids would be losing it. I don't understand why the siblings are doing this to him as well. I mean, they literally they took it off the parents and put it on him. And like I said, they're scared of the family as well, of the parents. Because honestly, we really don't know what goes on behind closed doors in that house. All right, give me just 1 second, y'all. Okay, so let me let's see if there's anything else on Scotty. So I do have a couple of different stuff. And in a few minutes, I'm also going to open up the panel. So if anybody wants to come up. Let's see, have you seen where the police said Scotty was last seen at 8:30? Now they're asking residents for camera footage. See, King Scarlet, that's what I don't understand. Did he go missing at 8:15 or was it at 8:30? Because they're asking for camera footage between... Let me get back to my other... Ain't it 8:15 to 11? Hold on. Shit, where did it go? Yeah, from 8:15 to 11. So they keep bringing up like all this different stuff, like all these different times or whatever. Okay, give me a second. I need to look at this one because I think this came out too talking about it. Okay, I'm going to read this real quick and then I'm going to open up the panel. Because I do have some stuff on Brian Koberger. Well, it's more to do with the house where the murders happened. And not necessarily Brian Koberger, but it is also talking about his trial and all that, and the house being torn down. So I'm going to get to that next. Okay. So it says Scotty Morris disappearance, Idaho or Indiana. Y'all, Indiana police plead for a video around when the 14-year-old went missing a week ago. So the Eaton, Indiana Police Department on Thursday renewed their plea for residents to check surveillance video around the time that 14-year-old Scotty Dean Morris went missing a week ago. We are asking Eaton residents that have cameras posted on their houses to please check the footage from 8:15 to 11 o'clock on March 16th of 2023. Honestly, if they're asking people to look for video footage from their home cameras, they need to be doing it further out before 8:15, because they don't even know for a fact, or maybe they do and they just ain't telling us, but he could have left the house before 8:15. All right, so it's between 8:15 and 11 o'clock on March 16th. The Eaton, Indiana Department wrote on Facebook, if you find anything of interest, please contact the police department. They leave the phone number and say thank you. So this is the second request for this, the post added, and at this time we are trying to reach out to residents that didn't see it before. I never saw it before where they asked. Has anybody else in here seen where they asked the public? before today to look at their stuff. Wait for the baby. Now I can't get my thing pulled up here. Okay. All right. So we know the 76 miles northeast of Indianapolis. All right. So it says it's just kind of sad, and I just want him to be found safe. Olivia Hurst, a teenage girl who stopped by to help tie ribbons, told the outlet. So they are putting out green ribbons for him as well around town. At his vigil, they had what I've seen in pictures. There was a cross, and they were tying green ribbons on it as well. Hold on one second, y'all. Give me just 1 second. I'm just answering a text back. So it's been going too long to be roughing it. Yeah. I just hope that nothing bad happens to him, if y'all know what I mean. All right. So Olivia Hurst, a teenage girl who stopped by to help tie ribbons, told the outlet, "Scotty, come home. Your parents miss you. They want you home safe." So we've had some tragedies, but nothing like a missing child. Megan Deckman added, while tying ribbons for the missing teen, "To think about what that family is going through. A piece of you is missing when everyone is not under your roof." So there's another picture of him. That's actually a good picture of him. Okay, I hear that he was a really good kid, another woman reportedly said. Grace and Mercy Church, located at 301 East Harris Street in Eaton, is also holding a candlelight vigil for Morris on Thursday night, which they did have it tonight. There are a lot of pictures that are on social media of it, and this is the one that we were talking about where his parents only had a message thanking everyone for being there, but they didn't show up. See, why is it that everyone calls him Scotty, and when the mom did the plea on TV, call him Scott? To me, the whole plea sounded threatening towards him. Ash just, yeah, she may call him Scott for short. There was some things in the plea, if you want to call it that, that didn't sound right. Okay, so it says that they encourage all of the community and first responders to come and pray for Scotty's safe return. And see, that's what doesn't make sense. This was a prayer vigil. This is the parents should have been here. It don't make sense that they wasn't. So Morris described as a 5'4" white male weighing around 150 pounds with brown hair, blue eyes, was last seen around 8:30 p.m. March 16th, leaving his home in Eaton. In issuing a silver alert the next day, Indiana State Police said that he is believed to be in extreme danger and may require medical assistance. I'm still curious about the whole medical assistance thing. Like, did something happen in that house where he got hurt? And that's what they mean by the medical assistance, or is it because of the weather? It's been a week. Yes, Rich, it's been a week since he went missing. See, I'm worried, small boy. No one has ever even seen him. It better not turn into a cold case missing child. I don't think it's going to turn. I mean, if social media keeps going with it, I don't think it will. All right, so Eaton Police Chief Jay Turner confirms that Morris's parents made him wear a shirt with demanding words, including the message, "I'm a liar," as a punishment before he went missing. But he noted that the family is now heartbroken over his disappearance. Well, it's a little bit too late to be heartbroken because the parents' actions is what, no matter how you put it, like I said earlier, the parents' actions is what caused him to leave. Whether he left on his own or he left at their hands. Their actions is what caused it. All right, so some outlets said that the handwritten messages on the shirt also read, "I hurt my little brother." On Tuesday, the Eaton Police Department suspended organized search teams from the public, but said the Indiana Department of Natural Resources would still be assisting with boats, sonar, and dive teams as needed, and it also confirmed a federal organization was meeting with local law enforcement. This is only to check the areas of water nearby and further search of the river further out of Eaton town limits. Other K-9 teams will also be utilized today as well, the department said Tuesday. Officers are still investigating and working leads as we receive them. So the search for Scotty Morris has not been called off. Turner said in a statement Wednesday that EPD is working side by side with the Indiana State Police, Delaware County Sheriff's Department, DNR, and National Center for Missing and Exploited Children on the case. Officers are following leads and investigating diligently, but they said the other day that they had no more leads coming in. Hey Pam, how are you? Okay, so the use of the K-9 teams are still being conducted. Therefore, we are trying to lessen any interference with their operations, and local law enforcement and a federal organization held an interagency meeting Tuesday on search efforts. I see he was smiling in this picture down here on the end, y'all, in the black shirt and the blue top. But I mean, in that picture, he was at school doing stuff with his band. And then you have this one over here on the other end. Completely different look. Okay. So the teen's mother, Felicia Morris, spoke out on camera for the first time Monday. So what was that? 4 days after he went missing? Okay, when was the first pic taken? Chris, the first pic right here that he was crying in, that was taken right before he went missing. Crystal, I don't know if it was his teachers, but I believe there is some people from the school that has spoken out and talking about that he was a really nice young man and very sweet. Like nobody's had any issues with him, and I think that that's weird. That everybody else is speaking about him, is talking about how nice and sweet he is, but then you have just the people in the house is talking about how bad he is. And Chris, the picture, they're saying the picture of him crying was actually a video, and that was a screenshot out of the video. But they made him wear a shirt that says, "I'm a liar, I hurt my little brother." There's some other stuff on there. And there was an altercation with him and some adults in the house the night that he went missing. And he was saying that he was going to run away, allegedly. So one of the parents did a video of him saying that. And they said that if he ran away, they were gonna call the police. But the police did confirm that the parents did make him wear the shirt as a form of punishment. All right, so this is what the mom said. Scott, I love you and I want you to come home. And I know that you're mad and confused, but I'm afraid that you're scared of all this. His mother told a WTHR, everyone is out looking for you, and we're not trying to scare you. You are not in trouble. If you're in a house and they come to you and you don't want to go out because it's the cops, reach out. Me and Dad will come get you. I don't like this. It's just everything was about her. It's almost like I said the other night, she wants her and the husband to go pick him up so he doesn't talk to police. Almost what it sounds like. So hundreds of volunteers came out over the weekend to search, and police said Sunday that helicopters from the Indiana State Police would be using their infrared cameras in an attempt to locate Morris. On Friday, the DNR had 2 boats in the river, and Eaton Police Department said that it had 2 infrared drones up the end. And Grant County was sending 2 bloodhound teams. She says in the thing, though, I'm afraid that you're scared of all this. What is he scared of? I mean, they're saying he's mad and confused. It's almost like she's trying to blame stuff on him and not for the real reason why he left. She has white widow baby. He's completely scared. They have used the police against him. Like they have literally threatened him with the police. All right. Just I would hope that they would eventually come out and just say that they found him and that he's okay and he's safe. Let's see, he's probably afraid of getting beat. I mean, either that, Michelle, or just any type of abuse. It may not even be physical. It just may be. It might be, like I said, verbal, mental abuse. All right, y'all. Let me jump over to. I got like 4 videos. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I got 4 videos. Let's see, what about this prayer vigil they had tonight? Pam, yeah, they did have it. There was a lot of people that went out to it, but the parents didn't go. Rich, you have a good night. All right, so let me jump over to the Idaho stuff real quick because they came out with 4 videos tonight, literally right before I was going live, where they're talking about the house being demolished, about some belongings of the kids that is still in the house. So I'm gonna go ahead and okay, this has got to stop playing so I can get it fixed. Okay. See the parents in it? No, Lori and CJ. That's what they're saying. That they had a I don't know. White Widow Baby. Was it a message they had left there, or was it a video, or like how did the parents thank everybody for attending? But the parents never showed up. Uh, that is crazy. And Marissa, I missed the whole Zachariah Anderson verdict yesterday. I had to go back today and watch it. So, and then they finally got his sentencing here. His sentencing hearing was scheduled, I think, for May. And someone just said that the parents say thank you. Yeah, that is. I don't understand why they didn't show up. I mean, it just makes them. It makes them look worse, honestly. And Marissa, yeah, that's what me and Troll was talking about when we watched it today. It honestly, I don't see where they showed anything where he was like they had anything on him to show he was guilty, unless there's something just was brought up that I missed one day. See, nothing says guilty like not attending a vigil being held for your missing son. I think that's because they know where he's at or what happened to him. And that one message that was posted, whether it's the mama on the child's account or it's the daughter, but where they say that he wants to come back, it almost sounds like they made him leave and he wants to come back home. Let's see, not strong evidence, just one spot of DNA. That is true, Marissa. I mean, in the guy, like, he hasn't even been found, his body. He's still listed as a missing person, but then Zachariah Anderson gets convicted of murdering him. They just, I'm not saying he didn't do it, but it seems weird how they were able to convict him. I think they should have had more evidence. See, all these strangers come out, but the parents stay radio silent. Yeah, it seems like they should have came out, prayed with everybody who has been out there searching for their son, thanked everybody in person for being there um, for their son. If they're worried about getting bashed or whatever, put that to the side and go out. Like it once again another case where it seems like that there are strangers that care more about the missing child than the actual family does, and the rest of that is sad. Stevie, I don't know. He is like we've heard nothing from the dad. He hasn't spoke out. There's nothing on social media. The mom spoke out the other day, but clearly she didn't want to be there. See, I would, but that's me being bashed will be my life. Exactly. I very seriously doubt people at that prayer vigil for Scotty. They're there to pray that he's found safe and that he's okay. I very seriously doubt if the parents would have showed up that anybody would have bashed them, said anything bad to them, or anything like that. See, if Scotty is found, what would the parents say to him about not being in his vigil? I don't know, Lori. That's what I even said. Like, if Scotty, wherever he's at, if he does have the ability to keep up with social media and see everything that's been going on with him and all these search efforts, and then there's a prayer vigil and his parents don't show up, then what does that tell him? That probably the same way he felt when he left the house, that his parents don't care about him. Because if they did care about him, like they're portraying it out to the public, they would have been at the prayer vigil. That should have been the two people front and center, was the mom and dad. And they wasn't. So if he is found alive and he goes back and he looks at this and he sees that his parents wasn't there, it's going to make him feel bad. Probably worse than what he already does. I mean, you can't get on TV and say, Scott, I love you and I want you home, and then not show up to a prayer vigil. Or that's just my opinion. Okay. All right. So I'm going to play this one, y'all. I'm kind of doing several different cases tonight. It's probably what I'm going to be doing for the next few weeks until Lori stuff starts up. It's just going over different cases, unless hopefully there is going to be a document dump tomorrow for Brian Kohlberger. I don't know what the documents are, but they're supposed to come out this week. Usually the site is updated on Friday. Sometimes the documents are released earlier in the week, but they have not been released yet. So praying that they are released tomorrow. Okay. So this is, like I said, University of Florida. Lord, y'all, I can't talk tonight. University of Idaho invites families to retrieve more belongings. Right. So if y'all cannot hear it, if it lags for y'all or anything like that, once I get it playing, y'all just let me know in the chat.
Yeah, it was very, very sad, Ashley, just because we had been so into the investigation of the case at that point, and it was just a very human moment, then seeing the victim's items brought out. But you'll notice the U-Haul truck, which the police chief was driving, by the way, and it was police officers who were working the case who were bringing the items out, so it was emotional for them too. But you'll notice that U-Haul, it wasn't a very big U-Haul, so it clearly wasn't all of the items that belonged to the kids inside the house. It was just some of them. Which explains why there are more items in the house and why likely the families are going to want to retrieve some more of those items. So, couches, we did see the mattresses come out at one point, but couches, other pieces of furniture, all sorts of stuff. Again, you see how small that U-Haul was. You can just imagine all the other items that are still left behind there.
So, Brian, on December 30th, that was the day that Brian Kohberger was arrested. Within hours of his arrest, his public defender, Ann Taylor, put out a request to stop all remediation, all cleaning. And at that time, I remember us seeing these privacy curtains going up, and it looked as though they were going to empty out, big items. And then that immediately stopped. But there were big items that were still unloaded. What was the progression of that? And what happened with whatever was taken out of the house after the video we just showed?
Yeah, so there was that initial time where you just saw where the chief of police backed the U-Haul in and they took out a number of the personal items and then returned those to the families. Then there was another time that they went to the house and started removing other items. The mattresses were really the most visual thing that we could see. They were putting them in the back of pickup trucks. They were really starting to clear out the house, or at least start the process to do that. And that is when they immediately halted it. The public defender asked for it all to be stopped, which is really, really interesting because they were in the middle of doing it and they just shut the whole thing down. Exactly what was going on behind the scenes was still sort of unclear. It appears perhaps the public defender wanted an opportunity to really look through the house before things were moved around too much. But all of that stuff before they could get it out was left inside, which again explains why they now have to go through this process now and remove all the additional items from the house.
I can understand that. I want to end our discussion just with an answer that the university gave us when we asked if this is officially no longer a crime scene, because we have not had that announcement made by the police that was it a crime scene and has the title transferred. And they kind of gave us a half answer, Brian. Do you have the letter in front of you, the executive director of communications?
Yeah, I have the quote here. And essentially they said that it is no longer a crime scene, but basically said the house has been fully transferred to the university and we are able to proceed with our plans to demolish. At this point, all parties are aware of our intentions to demolish the building as quickly as possible. And obviously you read the letter, so we know the families received that letter, but it is officially no longer a crime scene. You see it's boarded up. There's still a security car outside, but it fully belongs to the university now. They've said they want to destroy it by the end of the semester. And it seems that that's really like imminent at this point.
Thank you for watching. Go to news.
Okay, y'all. So apparently there are still items in the house that they're going to give to the family members. And yeah, King Scarlet, we switched over to some stuff about Brian Kohberger. I'm just doing a couple of different cases a night. I'm probably going to do it until Lori stuff starts up, which will be April the 3rd, which, by the way, they finally moved Lori to Ada County, so she is, and I have her new mugshot, y'all. They shouldn't allow her to have any items in jail that she can do makeup with. Because it's horrible. Okay. All right, so this is the letter. Let me grab it here real quick. So this is the letter that the University of Idaho has sent out to the victims' families. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta get it out of my email. 1 second. Crane Hill Gal, how are you? Jen, how are you tonight? I can't remember if I've said hi to you or not. Okay, in a way, it's good they're demolishing the house. At least it cannot turn into some ghoulish tourist attraction. That is true, Casey. I just wish they would wait until after the trial, though. Okay. Let's see. All right, so let's go ahead and listen to this. She's about to read the letter that was sent out to the families.
I'm just going to read this letter to you, word for word, without any editing. Okay, it begins this way. I am the acting general counsel for the University of Idaho and oversee the legal services for the university. I first want to express my condolences to each of you for the tragic loss that you've suffered. I greatly appreciate the positive manner in which you have interacted with the university in the aftermath of this tragedy. I am writing to communicate to each of you regarding the university's plans for the house at 1122 King Road. As was conveyed to you by Dean of Students Blake Eccles, the homeowner gifted the house to the university with the intent by both parties that it be demolished. Before doing so, we will complete remediation within the house to address biohazards and chemical hazards that exist as a result of the crimes and ensuing investigation. At the completion of the remediation, we intend to have the remediation team gather any items of personal property that do not appear to be contaminated and transfer them to university personnel who will take these items to a secure off-site location for representative members of the families to review and recover items of your family members that you wish to keep. Items not selected will then be properly disposed of. This will not apply to large, bulky items such as sofas, beds, or the like, to the extent that any remain on site. If you have specific items you wish to be on the lookout for, regardless of size, please let me know. If we can locate and retain them for you, we will. We intend to proceed with demolition as soon after completion of the remediation as can be done. We do not yet have a specific date for when this will occur. We will notify you of the demolition date in advance so you are not caught by surprise by media reports. In the interim, we are making every effort to respect the dignity of your loved ones, and our activities will be done outside of media scrutiny as much as possible. The house is currently surrounded by construction fencing. The windows and doors have been securely boarded, and we are not allowing access into the house by anyone not specifically authorized by the university. Anyone authorized to enter the house will be required to agree to strict non-disclosure and will be prohibited from taking photographs or otherwise recording the inside. This communication constitutes the university's formal notice to you of our intention to proceed with remediation and demolition as described above. If you have any concerns with these plans, please contact me by April 3rd of 2023. We will address those prior to proceeding. If you have retained legal counsel, I encourage you to share this communication, notifying you of the proposed plans. You or your counsel may contact the Office of General Counsel via email, that's redacted, or call me at the phone number listed below, which I've redacted, to discuss any concerns or objections that you may have. Once again, I want to express my deepest sympathy and my condolences to each family member. It is my hope that the university's plan to remove the house helps you in your healing. A reply indicating you have received this email would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
Okay. So that was a letter that her and Brian Enton was talking about. So apparently they're going to go through, take the rest of the stuff out of the house, which I thought that they had already done. Okay, wait, little baby. And whatever hasn't been contaminated, they're going to turn over to the family. If there's other things that they want, the family needs to let them know. Okay, I'm taking Ashley shopping. She needs to stop wearing the same freaking colors. Ashley, I think she said she did that. Something about she was tired of seeing women journalists on TV wearing cocktail dresses or something like that. I mean, something other than white, a light pink, something. All right. I honestly wish they would wait before they tore the house down. I just feel like it's gonna cause something to happen during the trial. The jury's not gonna be able to go through it. Like something is just it's they should wait, honestly. All right, let me grab my next one. Ashley sounds jealous. All right, let me grab my next one. They literally put these out this back to back to back tonight. And I know some people have an issue with Ashley. Some of the stuff I do have an issue with. I believe this one she has somebody else on with her. Oh, she has the two moderators from one of the Facebook groups that is on here. So let me grab this one. I mean, yeah, she could find a different color. Like if she just wanted to wear just dress shirts like that, find a different color. They don't have to be like all the like with patterns. They could be solid colors, just a different color. I'm telling you guys, it's higher up, trying to get it down fast so much could come out if he left for the jury. Oh, see, I just don't dig the dramatics. She has some of the craziest looks in her face. And it's almost like sometimes she wants to be serious and it's more dramatic than serious. Okay, so this one said, could the house demolition jeopardize Brian Kohlberger's trial?
So some of the family members have told me they are very upset with the concept of the demolition taking place before the trial. They are concerned that if the jury wanted to go to the home to take, a view for themselves, listen for themselves, look for themselves between rooms, etc., that they won't be able to do that. So several of the family members said that they were concerned about this and that they actually reached out to the prosecutor about it to ask that it not happen. Other family members have said that's not how they feel. So there is a split among the family members about this potential demolition. And I only say potential because a court can always come in and compel. And I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. But first, I want to bring in a couple of people who know a lot about how the public is responding to this. Christine Cameron and Alina Smith are the moderators of a very popular Facebook group, University of Idaho Murders Case Discussion. The group members, and I think, ladies, you're past 250,000 group members on the Facebook group. They have a lot of different opinions about not only the various aspects of the investigation and the prosecution of Brian Kohlberger, but they also have a very deep concern for the families who've been left behind. So Christine Cameron and Alina Smith, I'll put this out to you, Christine, first. What do you think that the general consensus is about the house coming down among your group?
I think that most of the students on our page feel that the house is creepy. It's spooky. They don't like walking by the house and the constant daily reminder. They say it's triggering and they can't heal and it's difficult to move on. And many members on our page agree with their sentiments. However, the flip side of this is many worry about the ramifications of tearing down the house prior to the trial.
So, Alina, jump in on that point. What do they say? What are their specific concerns about the demolition prior to trial?
Hi, Ashley. I agree with Christine. That is the biggest consensus on our page. And everybody's saying that, it's pretty split, but I think most of it's like 60% towards have them leave it for the trial because I mean, if you think back to all the other trials like OJ and even Moselle, Casey Anthony, they wandered and looked at the sites of the crime scene, and it's a lot to see the visual part of it, and it helps with the jury decision. And I think I was actually very surprised when you said that they don't consider it a crime scene. I did not know that. So when you said that just now, I was like, oh my gosh, to me, that's shocking. So I think that was too premature, and that needs to be reconsidered. And like you mentioned, they can still, attest this in court, and I hope they do, because
so
it's
that
very important.
I have to say, honestly, I am parsing the words of the university as we spoke with them, and I was not 100% clear on it, because it literally says this: the house has been fully transferred to the university, and we are able to proceed with our plans to demolish at this point. They didn't answer the specific question we had, which was, has it now been declared free from being a crime scene? I just assumed that that's what that meant. We are able. So it's still, I think it's still up in the air with nuance. I'm not 100% sure, but I do want to ask you, Christine, jump in on this. We have reporting from the parking lot that there were kids coming by and doing TikTok dances. I mean, and not just once, that it was a repeated affair. There have been plenty of looky-loos, crime tourists who have come. Some of them are really quite lovely, and they leave a memorial or flowers behind. Others, pose and drive by, take pictures, and then, of course, the TikTok dancers. How does your group weigh in on what they're seeing in terms of the activity out in front of the house?
Ashley, I think that this case has been so big that so many people are interested and invested and in this story, and unfortunately they want to be a part of it. And seeing the house, walking by, making videos, it's gross, it's disrespectful, but everybody, whether it's positive or negative, wants to be a part of this. And I would say that a majority of the people on our page don't condone that. They don't think that that's respectful in any way, shape, or form.
It is.
And
it's shameful. It's not just disrespectful and gross. It is so shameful, right?
Taking down the house. I also feel that it only benefits Brian, because removing this so prematurely, you don't know what the jury would want to see.
Yeah. I have only about 10 seconds left. Alina, is there a consensus among your group about what they'd like to see happen with the actual real estate, with the site?
Yes. So we did put that question out there, and I did want to mention the best idea that I read, and it was a satellite station for campus police or local police, and to include a center for personal safety education. And I thought that was a great.
That is delightful, and thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
Okay. Kelly Dom, I'm doing good, thank you. All right. So real quick, White Widow Baby put in the chat. One in the chat to tear it down, talking about the house, to tear it down after the trial, or put a 2 in the chat if you think that they should tear it down before the trial. So there's like 134 people in here. Hey, J-Rod, how are you? So 1 in the chat if it needs to be torn down after the trial, 2 before. So you just wanted to pass by to say hi to you and your community. Keep up the great work. J-Rod, thank you so much for stopping by. It's been a while since we've seen you. Ashes, you really should send in some recommendations. Okay, J-Luck, how are you? J-Luck says it needs to stay up. See you later. How are you? They think it needs to stay up. I do too. I think it needs to stay up until after the trial. There's always a chance that the jury will want to walk through it just to kind of get a feel of things. Hey, Commander, how are you? Gigi, you think they should tear it down before the trial? See, both sides did 3D mapping, so it's no big deal to me either way. Yeah, I mean, they did the 3D scans, but is that the same? Hey, Glowbug, is that the same as getting to physically go there and seeing it firsthand? I think they should leave it up until afterwards. Hey, Deb, how are you? How often does a jury visit a crime scene? I mean, they did it in Alex Murdoch. In his case, they visited the kennel area, and they couldn't go inside the house, but they did. Um, they toured around the house, around Moselle. They were able to go all around the kennels. They even got to walk into the feed room where Paul was shot. Sorry, my schedule has changed. Rich, you have a good night. See, I didn't watch the trial. Yeah, they did with Alex. Didn't the lady on there say, "Hey, Illusions, how are you?" Didn't she say the Casey Anthony? Did they? Did they tour or something? The trial, because I didn't keep up with Casey Anthony stuff. See, J Rod says, big shout out to all the mods in chat sitting back down to listen to our host. Well, thank you, J Rod. See, really, a lot of times scenes are cleared. Yeah, I don't think it's in every trial thing. Just this one, I don't know. Like, I get the reason why they did it in the Alex Murdoch one, especially with it being so big. Um, it probably helped them realize how long it took to get from the house down to the kennels, how big the area was. Because just looking at it on a map doesn't do it justice if you're standing there. You can actually see it for your own self. See, what would they tour in the California case? Dub, are you talking about the Cal City boys? Commander, you doing okay tonight? Okay, a lot of this trial is going to be based on noises, lighting at home, etc. The house. Yes, that is true. See you later. I think the jury should be able to go through the house and just check the sounds out. Somebody be in Dylan's room, which I know that it's going to be slightly different because there's not going to be anything on the walls. So the house is going to sound different. It's going to be a lot more echoes and stuff like that. But if someone is in Dylan's room and then somebody is outside of her room and goes up and down the steps or just walks around in the house, walks down the steps from the third floor in front of her room into Xana's room, it could. That's about a lot of things. Okay, so I need to get rid of this email and grab the next video. One second here. Okay. Because another thing, we've all seen the layout of the house. A lot of people, as many times as that they've seen the layout of the house in the virtual tour of the house and all this and that, a lot of people still get confused with the layout. The jury, if they haven't watched the case, they haven't been keeping up with it on social media, if they haven't seen the layout, they haven't seen the virtual tours that we've seen, all they get to see is a picture, then it can be very confusing to them of where the first floor is and that layout, then where Dylan's room was as to where Xana's room was, where Dylan's room was underneath Maddie's room. Like it if they could walk through it, they could get a better feel for the house, the way things sounds, and the layout of the house. That's why it's crucial to leave the house up. All right. Let me grab this next thing here. Gigi changed her mind from 2 to 1, so Gigi thinks they should leave the house up. Okay. All right, y'all. This is my last Banfield one. After I get done with this one, talk about it for a few minutes, then I'll open the panel up. Still hard to imagine what all the 3D model space was. That is true too. Because, I mean, like, I believe that there was one layout close to the very beginning of it that showed, like, the sizes of each room. But you still don't get that feel just by looking at numbers on a piece of paper. Also, if the floors... I don't think there was any carpet in the house at all, except for maybe rugs down in the bedrooms. But I don't think there was any carpet. I think it was all hardwood or linoleum. Someone may have mentioned this, but Dylan's viewpoint to CMBK may be a huge factor, and a tour would show how well that viewer would. And see, the only thing, though, I think that they could get an honest view on that, Lori and CJ, is if they took them at night. And they told them which lights were on in the house, which ones were off. The jury cuts those lights on. They have someone roughly the same height as what she's saying that this person was, walking from that same way. Let's see. If I was on the jury, I would have liked to experience in person how sound travels. Yeah, I mean, as bad as what we know would happen in that house, I would still, if I was on the jury, I would feel like I would need to go through the house and experience it. Okay, the jury going through the home and actually going to the site would hit harder than seeing it on a 3D model and some computer animation. Yeah. I think it would help the prosecution, honestly. To get a conviction on him if they were able to go look at it. So maybe if Ashley is claiming that some of the families that want the house to stay up and they've reached out to the prosecutor, maybe the prosecution will see it that way and ask the judge to please halt the demolition. Maybe they need to do a petition for that. Somebody needs to start a petition to keep the house up and not be demoed until after the trial. That would be a good one. Okay, so I'm going to play this one out. And it says, should the university wait to tear down the crime scene house in Idaho? And she actually has another lady on here, I believe. I don't know if she's an attorney or what she is, but y'all know the drill. If you can't hear it, let me know in the chat.
Did the prosecutors, Jessica, ever really listen to the family members when it comes to what they want with a crime scene like this?
Well, absolutely listen to what the victims want. And thank you for having me. I think in this case, when it comes to preserving evidence, this is really going to be a decision of the attorneys, whether it's the defense or the prosecutor, when they're looking at their case and what's necessary in order to preserve the evidence in the case. I think you're right. When you were talking earlier about how there was a motion in December to preserve the evidence that was filed by the defense in this case. It actually lapsed on February 1st. And so that's probably why the university feels that they are now available to go ahead with any sort of actions with regard to the house. Because from what I can tell, that order has not been renewed to preserve the evidence. And I do think either side could, I'm sorry? Yes.
Can it be? Can the prosecutor, renew a motion to compel preservation, or even the defense for that matter? I mean, right now we know that some of the family members have asked the prosecutor. Can they compel the university to keep it standing?
I do believe they could, yes. I believe that either side could renew that motion. It said until further order of the court. And so I think the court was contemplating that wouldn't necessarily be the end, but neither side has. And I don't know I mean, as far as I can tell, there's a lot in this case, as you know, that's been sealed. And so it's a little bit difficult to tell exactly what's been filed. But from looking at the I-Court's printout of the case history, from what I can tell, neither side has raised that issue since it lapsed. And so my thought is neither one of them seems to believe at this point that they do need that evidence, or I would think they would have filed that motion. As you stated when you were talking about crime scene, you know, it is still a crime scene, obviously, in the sense that this is where the crime occurred. There's going to be evidence there, whether they've come in and cleaned out some of that, how much of that has been removed or not. There's still some evidentiary value there, as you stated. I think there's huge value in just looking at the layout of the house, all those things.
Help me with this. Help me with the wording, because we were very specific in asking the university if they were told by the Moscow police that this crime scene has been cleared. And there's a big difference, right? Like, you can move back into your house, you can drive through this intersection, you can now, it's now good to go, we're done. And they didn't answer that. They just said, we can proceed. Are you able to read in as an attorney what that meant?
Well, I think we can proceed just means there is nothing prohibiting them at this point in time legally from doing what they want with the house. And that's what and I'm sure they're having some communications with the attorneys in this case about what's appropriate and about what they may or may not need. You have two very qualified attorneys. I have a lot of respect for Bill Thompson. I've known Bill Thompson. I used to work not in the same office, but when I was a city prosecutor, he was the county prosecutor in Moscow. He was very well respected then. I don't know Ann Taylor, but I understand she's very well qualified. So both of these attorneys are in a good position to communicate with the university. And I think what they have to say would matter significantly. I mean, this is a very important case to this university, and the university president cares a lot about what's going on with this case and the impact this is having. So I really do think that those communications are probably happening, and it's probably respectful on both sides.
Jessica, thank you so much for being on. I want to invite you back so we can have a further conversation about how jury visits change the dynamic of a verdict, because I think that it can go several different ways. And you and I can have that conversation at another time, but I do appreciate this tonight. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you for watching.
All right, let me get this off my screen real quick so it doesn't start playing in my background. Hoping for Answers says the house should remain up until after the trial. So many complexities of the room setup, add-on of the house, how sound travels inside the house, how he entered the house. Yeah, there's a lot of factors and reasons why the house should stay up. Hopefully the prosecution will catch that, and they will ask the judge to order it to just not be demoed. Okay. And let me check one other thing real quick before. I don't think there's anything else that's actually come out on Brian today or on the Idaho case. Anyway, like I said, I do hope that what am I looking for? Hoping that those documents come out tomorrow. Let's see, thank you for watching. I know, King Scarlet. It kind of gets annoying. All right, give me just a second. Oh gosh, she's talking about Lori Vallow. Yeah, have y'all saw Lori's new her new mugshot? Let me see if I have it on here. Nothing about this has ever made sense, so this should not surprise us either, but I honestly find it really stupid and shocking that neither side would want the house standing. Yeah. Hopefully the parents, though, hopefully they'll listen to them. Wait, what maybe I gotta find the dang. I think I shared it on my Twitter. Let me go to that. I don't know what's up with the eyeshadow, but they really should not allow Lori Vallow to have anything that she can make makeup with in jail. Okay. All right. Let me find it because if y'all haven't seen it, oh my gosh. All right. See, I saw her coming out of the building. It may have been cord. Her hair is long. Yeah, Gigi, that's her. She went to court one day this week, and they took the death penalty off the table, so she doesn't have to worry about that. Here it is, y'all. And then she was moved. I believe it was yesterday. She was moved from Fremont to Ada County. Okay. This is her new mugshot from Ada County Jail because they transferred her there because that's where the trial is going to be held. I lit my cigarette on the wrong end. I'm all. You okay there, Chris? Gigi says she's got a great if on makeup. Letitia Stout, just one case I will not follow. I can't stand. King Scarlet, I never have followed that. So yeah, I don't know what Lori's got going on with her makeup here, but they really should not allow her to do makeup. Wait, she's got the eyebrows. Marissa, you use Sharpies for your eyebrows a few times? Oh, no way. Somebody posted on Twitter back when she was first arrested in, I think it was down in when she was arrested in Hawaii the very first time. Until this mugshot here. They did, it's like 3 years difference. And basically the only thing that's the same is her nose. Everything else is like went south. It was said you can buy. They sell makeup in the commissary in jail. Red Bull, you don't know who Lori Vallow is? Catty Wampus, how are you? She deserves 25 to life for the eyebrows. So Red Bull, this is Lori Vallow Daybell. She had her brother kill, was it her fourth husband? Charles was her fourth husband. She had him killed because she was dating or talking to a man named Chad Daybell. And plus she also thought she was going to get $1 million life insurance policy off of Charles Vallow. So she had her brother to kill him. They said it was self-defense, so the brother got off. We'll come to find out, Charles took the $1 million life insurance out of her name and put it in his sister's name. So she got mad. After that, her brother killed her 2 kids, buried them on the new guy's property that she was talking to, Chad Daybell. Not to mention Chad at this point was still married. Okay. His wife at the time had no idea that there was 2 kids buried on their property. Then, after the 2 kids were murdered, then Chad, his wife was shot at by this woman's brother, and he missed her. So then Chad and her brother ended up killing Chad's wife. So the kids go missing. Nobody knows where they're at. The little boy that her and her husband had, they actually adopted from her ex-husband's nephew, which was his sister's grandchild. So that sister calls police, needs a welfare check. They can't find the kids. They don't know really where she's at. Come to find out, she's done left Arizona, Idaho, wherever she was staying at the time. Her and the new husband, or new guy, Chad, who's done killed his wife as well, go to Hawaii and they get married. Somebody sees it on the news that they're looking for her, and they call into East Idaho News and let Nate Eaton know where she's at. Nate Eaton goes down to Hawaii and he finds her and puts her on blast, following her around and all this and that. Well, the police serve her with paperwork saying she has so many days to produce the kids. So she doesn't do it. So they ended up arresting her. They go to looking for the kids. They start pinging stuff, people's phones, ping where the kids are at. So during all this time of this happening, Chad's wife they exhume her body to do further testing. And the next day, the family hitman, which is her brother, ends up dying. So like she's then had, I think I counted the other night, 6 people around her that has died. Oh, Marissa, I bet you if you told her she looked like a zombie, she would go crazy. Like that was like her thing. People are zombies. They're not the same person that they once were. Other people have taken over people's bodies. They're defined as light or dark and with numbers. And if you told her she looked like a zombie, she would literally go crazy. Yeah, Red Bull. It was her daughter's biological dad died. Then her next husband died, but she was killed by the brother. Then her 2 kids died. Then her next husband's wife died. Then her brother. So yeah, 6 people. And they tried to kill her niece's ex-husband. And when the brother shot at him, he missed. Let's see. And she looks horrible. Like she is literally aged in 3 years. No more Botox. No more getting her hair done. No more getting her nails done. Wait, what a baby, why are you crying? What have I missed? Writing a book on 101 ways to use a... Good Lord, Tonka. Lori P, have I said hi to you? Somebody should really write a letter to Lori Vallow and tell her she looks like a zombie. I can't take her seriously. It looks like she took a marker and did one side perfect and the other side. She really messed up on it. I'll do it. J-Luck, will you really? Y'all. Let me see if I can find the other pictures. Because I know somebody had posted on let's see, why rips. Okay, if somebody writes her and tells her that she looks like a zombie, I want to see the letter first before you send it. I don't go after a woman's looks, but come on, this is quite the transformation. I mean, I wouldn't go after her looks either, but she killed her kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's... I have no sympathy whatsoever for her. And I will admit, she used to be very pretty. I'm trying to find the very first one. Like, after the kids were murdered and they were in Hawaii, she still had a decent look. But once she hit jail, she literally just went downhill. Treasure, she was in beauty pageants. I don't know uh, if she ever won anything. But she was very pretty. Let me see if I can find. I'm trying to find a good picture of her when she was first arrested to compare what she looks like now. Let me use this one. How in this world can you harm any child, especially your own? I would. I wish I could ask her that. Honestly, like, how could you do that to your kids? She has showed absolutely no emotion through any of this. Hey, K Mash, how are you? There's every time you see her, she has the same look on her face, unless she's trying to be pretty. She always wants to be pretty and smile for the cameras. Okay, let me see if I got this picture saved. All right. Well, shit. I didn't want it pulling up like this, but we'll just do it like this. Okay, so this is what she looked like when she got arrested in Hawaii, compared to what she looks like now. K-Mesh, I'm doing good, thank you. She needs some Vaseline or some kind of filler. She looks totally different in her face. I mean, this is her the day she got arrested. And this was when she was first arrested in Hawaii, where uh, where her and Chad had escaped to. And then, where did my other picture go? Oh, it's on Twitter. Shit. Okay. Let me go to Twitter. Hold on. This is what she looks like today. Completely different. Okay. I'm just catching up real quick in chat because I'm completely behind. Let's see, I haven't followed this case either, so I have no idea what she looked like before. I'm sorry, but lost. Pam, you're fine, honey. This case actually started back in 2019. That's how long it's been going on. She's been playing the system since before she was arrested. She acts like that she didn't really have to do anything. She didn't have to show the kids were okay. Of course, they were already deceased, but she acted like she didn't have to do any of that. Then she gets arrested. You can tell she's flirted with people, made people think she wasn't competent to stand trial, all this and that. She is. Pam, Tally was 16 and JJ was 7. And see, the thing is, in my opinion, because she was upset when the husband, the guy that she was married to, when they had him killed, he had the $1 million life insurance policy. She thought she was going to get it. She didn't know he had changed it and put it in the sister's name. When she found out about it, she was like seriously mad over it. But he put it in his sister's name because, one, he knew that the sister would take care of JJ. I mean, it was biologically her grandson. Well, she got mad over it. And in my opinion, she wanted to hurt JJ because of that. She didn't want Kay using that money on JJ. So, in order to hurt JJ, which then in turn would hurt Kay and Larry, which is JJ's biological grandparents, and Charles Vallow's sister, they had to get rid of Tylee first because Tylee loved JJ, took care of him, always spent time with him. And they knew that if they tried to hurt JJ in any way, that Tylee would fight them and she would tell. So Uncle Alex took Tylee and he killed her. And then like 2 weeks later, and I still think that Melanie Gibb, the friend, knows more than what she's telling because they just happened to be there that weekend when Alex came over to Lori's apartment, took JJ to his apartment, and then brought him back. And Melanie Gibb claimed that he was asleep when he was more than likely deceased also. Okay, so this is her back. This is when her and Charles were still married. And she was very pretty when she was younger. And then once she got to following Chad and listening to all this stuff that Chad was saying and believing this whole cultish stuff, she changed. Started believing that people were zombies, even her own kids. Okay, so did she get... No, Pam, she didn't get the money. And what's sad is that Charles, before he was killed, went to the police, I know of 2 different times. Told them that he was scared that she was going to do something to the kids. And it wasn't just JJ, because JJ or Tylee, neither one were his biological kids. Tylee was just a step kid. JJ was an adopted son, but biologically his nephew, great nephew. But he still thought of Tylee as his daughter. And he told the police that he was scared of what she was going to do with his kids, meaning JJ and Tylee. And they wouldn't listen to him. He even tried to have her committed somewhere. He wanted her to be put in a place where she could get help, because during this time is when she was saying that some dude named Nick Snyder had taken over his body and all this and that. He really wasn't Charles Vallow, and police wouldn't listen to him. And the kids he ends up getting killed, and then the kids end up getting killed. Hey Leo, how are you? And I mean, she, like I said, she was very pretty back in the day, but now she's just, she has nothing. And honestly, I think that Chad is going to end up turning on her too. I think he's going to turn on her and try to blame it all on her. Leo, I'm doing good, thank you. Let me get this off of here. Let me see what this article is real quick. She looks good in orange. Just not on her face though, Ashes. Like the orange or whatever color eyeshadow you want to call that does not look good. I don't know if that's orange or if that's bronze. But in this, let me pull this up. In this article, like you can really see it. The left eye ain't done right, like the right eye. The eyebrows are all off. It looks like she's plucked half of her eyebrows or her eyelashes out. The police need to be held accountable for ignoring the abusive action. Pam, yes, they do. MJ, how are you? I bet you the officers, because that happened in Arizona, that's where Charles was killed at. And I bet you them officers feel horrible now that they didn't listen to him. and he ended up dead. Like, they literally came out, took her in, took her brother in. They interviewed both of them, and then they let him go. They deemed it self-defense. And then the kids go missing, and they end up dead. You know, the cops have got to be thinking, like, what the hell? All right, so let me get her ugly ass face off of here, y'all. So it says, as trial nears, Lori Vallow Daybell moved to Boise after Judge nixes the death penalty option. Her brows, yeah, one looks like it starts with a circle, the other one starts squared. I don't know what she's got going on there. Leo says her evil is shining through. Yeah, I think it is. All right, so this is in Boise. It says the woman accused of playing a part in her children's murder have now been moved from where she's been incarcerated since she was deemed fit to stand trial for the second time. East Idaho News' Nate Sunderland reports that Lori Vallow Daybell was transferred sometime between Tuesday, March the 21st and Wednesday, March the 22nd from the Rexburg facility in Madison County to the Ada County Jail in Boise. Vallow will face a jury on April the 3rd following years of delays and 2 interruptions in court proceedings when she was found unfit for trial due to mental health issues. She literally tried to do like the whole mental health thing, and it didn't work out. She is now someone's girlfriend. Okay, so this is another picture of her. She was good. Yeah, the smoky eye just didn't work though. Didn't work out too good for her, no way. All right. So it says she's charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of her children, J.J. Vallow and Tally Ryan, as well as her husband's former wife, Tammy Daybell. She's literally got 3 first-degree murder charges, and she's got conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Hey, Turquoise, how are you? And they took the damn death penalty off the table for her. I just don't get it. See, it looks like the lipstick on her cheeks like my grandma used to do. Hold on, y'all. It really does. I don't understand what she's using for her makeup on here. Leo, she does. I was hoping that she was going to get the death penalty. She was up for it. Chad still... he's still up for the death penalty. They haven't taken his off, but I think that Chad's going to end up turning on her. I really do. I think he wanted the trial severed. There's been times where they said that they've been in the courtroom together, and he won't even look at her. I really think that he's going to end up turning on her, and he may do it as a plea bargain. Hey, Brown Bear, how are you? Okay, so Lori and CJ, the death penalty was removed because the prosecution had evidence. And, you know, just like with Brian Kohlberger's case, his defense attorney had asked for, what do you call it? Shit, I'm going to have to go back to the website to get the actual word. Hold on one second. Yeah, it was, they failed to bring evidence in a timely manner, but it's called something else. Hold on, I gotta find the right word for it. The request for discovery. So her attorneys had sent in the request for discovery. The state then gives all the stuff that they have found, so that way her attorneys can build their case up or whatever. Well, the state didn't turn over all the discovery. They turned over some March the 13th. Her trial starts and jury selection starts April the 3rd. for her trial. So, because the state didn't turn it over in time, her defense attorneys went in and said, "Hey, they failed to turn it in a timely manner, and then we can't build a fair defense for a death penalty case, and we're asking that you punish the state by removing the death penalty." So Judge Boyce took the death penalty off the table. Yeah, Leo, they fucked it up big time. Hold on one second. And JJ's grandparents, especially the grandpa, like the grandmother, Kay, is like, she's upset. But there was a video, and I'm going to show it here in a minute because I was going to show it the other night and forgot. But his grandpa, Larry, and these people, they live in Louisiana. They're from Lake Charles. They've been at every single one of Chad's court dates and every single one of Lori's. Just been in Idaho. The only ones that they haven't been to is the ones that she had in Hawaii. And he was pissed. He said, I no longer think of Judge Boyce as a judge. I will not call him a judge. Hey, Stone Gator, how are you? He was very upset. Ashley Banfield had him on the other night. And when he was talking, usually when people are talking on her channel, she might cut him off and start talking about something else or ask him a question. And that night, she didn't say shit. She just let him say what he had to say. So I'll pull that up in a minute and play it. Okay, so she's got multiple counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of her children, JJ and Tylee, as well as Chad's former wife, Tammy. Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell were originally to be tried together, though the judge overseeing the case recently severed the court proceedings. Judge Stephen Boyce this week also removed the death penalty as an option in the trial. So previous coverage is available on the Chad and Lori Daybell section of KUTV.com. So yeah, it's just her hair, y'all, like you can see all the gray hair now. Whoever's going to send her a letter and tell her that she looks like a zombie, remind her of all of her gray hair that we can now see. Okay, let me go grab that video real quick. See, is this Illyrian K reacting? Stone Gator, I'm about to pull it up in just 1 second. What is Troll sent to me? Hold on. He sent another picture. See, lawyers say at risk having it overturned if the judge didn't do something. Yeah, and you would have thought, even all of us, just normal people out here keeping up with the case. We know how Lori is. We know how manipulative she can be. We know how she likes to play games. Like, the prosecution knows this firsthand, how she is and how she likes to play games. They should have been on top of that. They should have made sure that every single thing that they did with this case was on point. A lot of people are really mad. Yeah. Okay, wait. I'm trying to catch up real quick. I'm missing all the good conversations in the chat. Her vanity is so important to her and how it's gone. Coffee and Kool-Aid makeup. Yeah, it's so used to getting her hair, her hair always done. This is the day that I believe this is her and Charles's wedding picture. So look at her here, and then look at her now. Could say I was meeting Chad in their portal. Oh yeah, I forgot about the whole portal thing she had set up. And we all thought that that's what was taking so long, them crossing their I's and dotting their, crossing their T's and dotting, yeah. And they messed up horribly. Like the worst thing that they could have done to mess the case up, they done and messed the case up. And got the death penalty taken off. It's just crazy. Okay, give me a second. I'm fixing to go. I got to go back to YouTube and find the video. So give me just 1 second. No way you're not getting notifications. If you're not, then you'll probably have to click off of the bell and then click back on it. And usually that works. Lori P, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Turquoise, I'm so sorry that you're feeling that way, but please don't feel that way. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, Turquoise, please don't ever feel like that. Okay? My email is pinned at the top of the chat. If you ever just need anybody to talk to, you're more than welcome to email me. No matter what it's about. You know, you're always more than welcome to email me. Okay. Wait, let's see. Hold on, y'all, because I think he sent the thing to me. The video. See, I don't know if you experience this, but this makes me feel like I'm weird and not right, yet so many of us are. Turquoise, you're not weird at all. A lot of people don't understand the whole true crime obsession. It's just some people are into it and some aren't. And you're very welcome, Turquoise. Some people understand it and some people don't. Some people have liked true crime since they were a kid. And other people just, they don't understand it. So don't ever think you're weird for being into true crime, because you're not. And yeah, Gigi, if you want me to send Turquoise your email, I can do that. Turquoise, I just need you to send me an email, so I'll have your email address. Let's see, Jalek says that they love the mystery and the complexity. It's very addicting. I will say that. Okay. All right. So here's the video. Shit. Hold on. I got to get it out of the email first. People talk about true crime. They look at me like I'm crazy. And yeah. If people ignore you because you're into true crime, they're not your people. I can't be friends with somebody who's not into true crime. Can you do the child? Oh well, Michelle. See, it's normal. Yeah, just some people don't get it. Like they don't understand the addiction. Okay, y'all. So this is like 8 minutes long. I will give y'all a trigger warning. It is very sad. Like I said, Ashley, she doesn't interrupt him. She just lets him say what it is that he wants to say. Ashes, thank you so much for gifting us 10 memberships. That was very nice of you. It was almost like I think Ashley, she had this look on her face like I thought she was going to cry herself. I really do. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. Yes, Ashley, thank you so much. That was very, very sweet of you. But she literally, I thought, just the look on Ashley Banfield's face, I thought she was going to cry too. It's like I said, trigger warning. I'm not going to tell y'all what it says, but it's very sad just to hear Larry and the way he talks and the things that he says. All right. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play it. It is like 8.5 minutes long, so while it's playing, I'm going to mute out.
Here's what the prosecutors said after working all these years towards this case and wanted a death penalty. Rob Wood and Lindsay Blake saying, well, we're disappointed and respectfully disagree with today's decision. We will continue to vigorously pursue justice for Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. I want to bring in Kay and Larry Woodcock. They are the grandparents of JJ Vallow. Kay's brother, Charles, married Lori, and the two of them, the couple, adopted JJ from Kay's daughter. And Kay and Larry had been grandparents to both JJ and his sister Tylee, and they endured the unimaginable additional tragedy when Lori was charged in the death of Kay's brother, Charles. They plan to be in court every day when Lori's trial begins in less than 2 weeks, and they are live with me for this News Nation exclusive. Larry and Kay, first and foremost, I am sorry that you received this news today because I know it wasn't news that you wanted to hear. I wanted to get your initial reaction to the judge's decision to take the death penalty off the table.
Today's news was from left field. We had no idea that he was going to dismiss the death penalty from her. We're just reeling from the news, and it's been a very long, hard day, but it is what it is. We're on a roller coaster. We've been on a roller coaster for going on 4 years now. And so, again, the ride continues whether or not we like it, because we're stuck on it and we cannot get off.
So, Larry, the prosecutors, I just read the statement Rob Wood and Lindsay Blake put out. They were disappointed as well. And I'm hoping that they have treated you well, and that there's been good victims advocacy, and that they have guided you through this process and at least helped you to get the news before it became, public knowledge to the rest of us. Is there any solace that can be found in this? Is there any silver lining, given that sometimes it's easier to get convictions when the death penalty isn't there than when it is? And I bring up Casey Anthony all the time.
Casey Anthony got out and she murdered her daughter. And Lori, maybe she wasn't there when Alex killed everybody, but she conspired, Chad conspired, and it was like she did it with her own hands. She killed everybody. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee, all three. She was involved in, just like she was involved in the conspiracy to murder Charles. But we're gonna put that aside till after she's done in Idaho. Then hopefully they'll get her down in Arizona and take care of her there too.
So the idea that it is strange. First of all, having female defendants of a triple murder is so incredibly rare. Finding death qualified jurors is also really hard, and then finding jurors who actually convict and agree to vote for a death penalty against a woman is extremely hard. Again, Casey Anthony thing, many of the jurors struggled with that. If putting the death penalty aside and taking it off the table might actually make convicting her easier. Larry, do you think there's a silver lining there, or at least something that can be salvaged in terms of justice for you?
No. This boils down, Ashley, to people were murdered. I lost a grandson. I lost a granddaughter. I lost a brother-in-law. And God, I pray for everybody every night involved in this case. Tammy was a tragedy. All of these murders are just totally unjustified. I've had a horrible day today. We woke up to this morning. My day has been troublesome all throughout the day. Thank God that we have the support that we have. So many texts, so many emails, so much from so many people supporting us. There has been nobody more supportive of Boyce than I have. And I'm going to state this right now. I no longer consider Boyce a judge. From this point on, I will not refer to him as a judge. This is my belief now. I think he has made bad calls. Do I think there may have been some things that could have been done different? Yeah, I do. This ruling that he handed out today is an insult to JJ. It's an insult to Tylee. It's an insult to Charles. And it's an insult to Tammy. It's a slap in the face to our family. And I think this ruling should do an interlocutory appeal tomorrow. I think the fact that Judge Boyce is not allowing cameras in this court, I have said it before, is wrong. If they allow cameras in the Supreme Court down to the traffic court, then why isn't he allowing cameras in the courts now? Is it because he's getting pressured? If so, who is he getting pressured by? Is this being pressured from the church? Is this being pressured? I don't think it's from the state. And I am telling you, I'm on TV right now asking Mr. Attorney General of Idaho, please review these rulings. Mr. Supreme Court Justices and Mrs. Supreme Court Justices, please review this. And whoever nominated Boyce at this point to be a judge or to get down on his knees and ask forgiveness. Am I mad? I am beyond mad. Am I upset? You better believe I'm upset. This is wrong.
Larry, I am so sorry for what you and Kay are dealing with, not just today, but for, like you said, 4 years. I wish you peace and strength, and I know this is going to be a really hard 2 weeks because I know you're both headed up there to Idaho to be in that courtroom front and center and let them know that there are other victims, in this case. Thank you. Thank you both. Kay, thank you. Larry, thank you. And let's stay in touch on this.
Okay. Yeah, that was sad. Super sad. Thank you, Turquoise. I appreciate that. He was just heartbroken. I don't think it's is the word. Okay, let me go grab another video. Trying to get all my Lori Vallow stuff in before all of her trial stuff starts on the 3rd. Turquoise, honestly, I don't think it's going to be that bad though, wearing it. But if your daughter has something going on where she needs that, she really needs to do it. But for sure, we're going to keep your daughter in our prayers also. Let's see, it's so sad they look like they can't take anymore. No, Stone Gator. And the thing is that they have went from Louisiana to Idaho every single time Chad and Lori's been in court. You know they got to be worn out. Like she said, 4 years of it now. And they're not there just for JJ. They're there for Tylee too. See, I've heard of people wearing those heart monitors. They can tell a lot. Yeah, Brown Bear. I only have to wear mine for 48 hours. Thank God. Glad it's not any longer than that. King Scarlet, yes, they're JJ's biological grandparents. Kay is Charles's sister. But Charles and Lori adopted JJ from Kay and Larry's son. Okay, let me grab this next one. It bothers me that it was up to the judge and lawyers to make the decision. In my opinion, it should always be up to the families first. There could have been something else that they could have done. If they needed to punish the prosecution, if the defense is saying, okay, well, you know, they just gave this to us on March the 13th. We don't have enough time to build our case or our defense before April 3rd gets here, then move the trial date back. They could have very easily, like, I know the judge is wanting to hurry and get the trial over with because literally he's probably tired of messing with Lori and all the shenanigan bullshit that Lori's been doing. But if it came down to taking the death penalty away or off the table and giving her defense attorneys enough time to build their case or build their defense or whatever, then I would have moved. I would have just not even worried about the April 3rd. I would have just moved the trial back a few more months and give them enough time to build their defense. I would not have let the death penalty slip off that quick. Okay, my daughter wouldn't even tell me she was on blood pressure meds. Thank you. She was me so worried. She has anxiety like me and seemed the whole family go through heart issues. Oh well, Turquoise. Hopefully she'll get it done though. I mean, honestly, I don't even want to get it done, but I mean, I know I need to. I've kind of put it off long enough as it is. Okay, can't move the trial because you won't waive her speedy trial. Well, yeah, no, wait, that is true too. There has to be something, or there had to have been something else they could have done besides taking the death penalty away. So yeah, I have to say I'm proud of you. Wait, what up, baby? Did I miss it? Yeah, I just think the prosecution messed up big time. Like super big time. Like one thing that they should have been on top of, they wasn't. Okay, so this one says Lori Vallow Daybell. Chad Daybell had a spiritual rating system. This kind of explains the craziness they had on. Didn't see it, but people were cheering, says one. Oh, dang. So I always miss all the good stuff. All right, let me get this one going.
Okay, Lori Vallow, 12 days till trial, and you can bet that we are going to hear about the rating system for light and dark spirits. Like Chad and Lori rated people and called them zombies if they were really dark. Let me just tell you about Lori asking Chad to rate her family. This is what Ty Lee was. She was a 4.1 dark spirit, her own daughter. And JJ was a 4.2 light spirit. I don't get the 0.1, 0.2, how that changed things. Lori herself was considered to be on the light side, but of course, I think she said she was a goddess to Joe Ryan, or not to Joe Ryan, the other husband, Charles Vallow. So they believed in zombies, and they believed that zombies had to go because they had crossed over and they needed to be done away with. And they also believed that their kids were zombies, that JJ and Ty Lee were zombies. And I think they also believed that Tammy was a zombie. But there is someone who knows a lot more about this than me. Lauren Mathias is the host of the Hidden True Crime podcast. So you're a 10 to me, and you're light spirit in all respects. But this rating system is really troubling. I just touched the surface. What's the rest of it?
It is very troubling. And let me just say this, Ashley. Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met. And it was less than a week after they met that he was emailing her saying, oh, and by the way, your daughter, Tylee, your 16-year-old daughter, Tylee, is 4.1 dark. She stuck around. That didn't seem to make her run, and it spiraled from there. I think it was the catalyst that set this killing spree in motion.
So there's the question. Anybody who disagreed with these two or questioned their bizarre logic in what they were doing, did they effectively suddenly become dark spirits and suddenly become zombies?
Yes. As you pointed out, you said, okay, JJ was deemed light, a 7-year-old JJ in that email you mentioned. Well, he didn't say light forever, and he had to turn dark before he went missing. So yes, people started out light until someone decided, wait, maybe we don't want them to be light. Maybe we need them to now be inhabited by a dark spirit. It
wasn't just a maybe. It seemed that anybody who was like, hold the phone here, you're acting weird, you're doing the wrong thing, they suddenly became zombies, like Tammy Daybell. He's got a girlfriend. He marries her 2 weeks after Tammy's dead. She became a zombie. Ty Lee was getting really annoyed with her mom. She became a zombie. JJ was troublesome and he had ADHD and he became a zombie. And then the niece, her husband, they're divorcing, so he becomes a zombie. I got 10 seconds left. Did I miss any zombies?
No, a few. Yeah, there are a lot of people he named dark. Just as you continued, we interviewed Chad Daybell's sister-in-law, Heather Daybell. She is the dark sister-in-law in a recording. He says to Lori's friends, don't listen to my dark sister-in-law. You know, everyone that didn't agree with Chad was dark. And many of them went missing. And
12 days from now, I think we're going to get the full list when Lori, when her trial begins. Lauren Mathias, thank you. We'll have you back early and often.
Thanks.
Thank you for watching.
Okay. Yeah, that whole list is going to be like super interesting of all the dark people and the light people and all that. I'm curious though. I think it was No Way said something about that they didn't rate Chad's kids. It could have been because they wasn't in his way. I don't know. That's pretty interesting why they didn't. Nate will get us straight. Yeah, Nate Eaton will be in the courtroom every day. He's been on top of this since day one. He literally went to Hawaii and found Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell when they were missing. What was longer? Oh, you're talking about the end of it, Illusions? Okay, let's see what this one is. Got one more. So I'm just going to tell y'all in the between the next few weeks until Lori is convicted or not convicted, we're going to be hearing a lot about Lori. Yes, I forgot about Justin. Is it Lum or Lynn Stonegater? I know you're talking about. He was, him and Nate Eaton did a lot of stuff together between the two states on the Vallow case. It's weird why they would think that people were zombies, Callie Dom, and uh how they rated people. See, I need to read up on the case. I'm not familiar with it. Today I watched the Murdoch auction. I watched some of the Murdoch auction. I was actually watching JLR. He was walking around showing the different stuff, how much people were paying for stuff. He was wanting to buy, like, him and this lady. He was wanting the lady to bid on these 2 cups, and then if they got them, he would split it with her, the cost, and get one of the cups. She would get one. And just the 2 cups, it was like 2 coffee cups with Alex's initials on them, went for like $250. People were paying outrageous prices just because it was Alec Murdoch's and stuff. There was some stuff in there of Buster's. There was one lady that follows JLR. She subbed to his channel. She bought him a drink while he was there, and he had found her later on, and she actually had found like a recipe box from Maggie's. I think it was Maggie's mom's recipe box. Just they were literally selling everything. All right, and I need to do something real quick. I need to take the dang closed caption off on this. Okay. All right. This one came out 8 hours today. Ian Smith, I don't know. I figured a lot of people would buy their stuff just because it was theirs and then turn around and throw it like on eBay or something like that, and resell it for a lot more than what they paid. Like, they were selling everything. Clothes that belonged to Alec Murdoch. I think JLR said that there was a pair of shorts there that had Buster's name on it. Their furniture. Just everything that they had in that house, they sold or had it up for auction. That's what I thought too, White Widow Baby, but he didn't get to keep nothing. Now, maybe like some personal stuff they might have let him keep some of that. I don't think there was, unless JLR didn't show it, because I didn't watch the whole live when he was doing it, but I don't know if there was any of Paul's stuff there or not. All right, let me get this one pulled up. Like I said, there was some of Maggie's stuff, a lot of Alex's stuff, some of Buster's stuff. It might have just been stuff that was left over in the house. Chris, he got 2 life sentences for Maggie and Paul's murder. Hold on one second. Let's see. Selling offer noodles and salt. Yeah, he ended up, which no matter what, he was going to get life in prison anyway. Just all the other stuff that he did, all the fraud stuff was gonna give him life in prison. So, someone said Buster gets Okay, so the house in Moselle sold, I think it was $3.4 million. I believe Buster's supposed to get $500,000 out of that sale. I think it's $500,000 he's supposed to get. Some of it's supposed to go for legal fees. Some of it's supposed to, I believe, go to the victims. I believe the proceeds from the auction probably went to the victims too. Oh, Buster said, I didn't know Buster had to send him commissary money. Wow. Did you see Steven's mom thinks? Tad, I've heard that. Or she thinks that Buster did it. Murdered Steven, yeah. Okay, I wonder what's going to happen now that they've reclassified. Hopefully, Callie, they'll find out who did it to him. Buster swears him down. He didn't have nothing to do with it. I read today or last night when I was reading it about it that they said somebody said something about that Buster and Paul were riding around and they were smashing mailboxes with a baseball bat. And I guess they come across Steven and Buster murdered him because of his sexual preferences. And the mom has said from the beginning that she thought that the Murdochs had something to do with it. Brown Bear, there was a lot of stuff that they were selling his jackets. And don't get me wrong, some of them were camouflage. We have a lot of camouflage clothes hanging in our closet. Everybody in the house has camouflage clothes here. A lot of the camouflage clothing can be super expensive, especially really good jackets. Okay, and I'm talking about expensive jackets. You're sitting out in the cold when you're hunting. You want a good jacket that will keep you warm, keep you dry. I know a lot of them are super expensive, but these jackets were used. No telling how old they were, and they were selling for like $100 and something to $200 something. Some of them a little bit cheaper. Crazy, ridiculous prices just because it was Alec Murdoch's stuff. I'm sorry, I wouldn't want it. The clothes hamper sold for $45. I would not, and I don't mean any disrespect towards Maggie and Paul, I would not want a clothes hamper that had Alex Murdoch's clothes in it. I'm sorry, I wouldn't. Lamps were $800. Deer antlers, $10,000. See, I missed all that part. Stevie, the deer antlers and all that. Yeah, I didn't get to see all that. Only part I seen was what JLR was streaming live, and I didn't even get to watch that whole thing. I didn't know that he was even gonna stream it, and just going through YouTube and Troll came across it and put it on there, and I watched it until he ended it, and he said that he may come back. And I don't know if he ever came back and did another live or not. Yeah, $45 for a clothes hamper. I don't know if it was some name brand or what. It looked just like a normal brown clothes hamper. $45. Everything with a bad juju. That's what I'm saying. I don't want no. No. Hold on just a second, y'all. Okay. Troll also said it was Buster's dartboard. It was like $100 something. Crazy, ridiculous prices. Okay, I draw the line there as true crime buff. I'm not buying victims' belongings. No. Especially not to pay back stuff that Alec Murdoch did wrong. Like, he stole money, and the money that he stole bought all of that stuff for everyone. No, he would need to pay that back his own self. See, it's against the law. Hey, Woody, how are you? To sell deer antlers in South Carolina or any part of a game animal. I wonder how they sold them, though. Because didn't they have cow horns and all that? Pair of shorts that said Buster on the inside. Oh, yes, Brown Bear, I did see that about Buster shorts. I also took my medicine, so if I clunk out. Okay, that's fine. Wait, little baby. I'm eating now, so I can take my my antibiotic, my second one for the night. Okay. I didn't get to see how much the sofa went for. See, the sofa Murdoch took his nap on went for thousands of dollars. I cannot recall the exact amount. Now, the furniture was nice, but I still wouldn't have bought it. Okay, I hope there was their main clothes. That's what I'm saying, Callie Dime. That's why I wouldn't have bought it. Pizza rolls, wait, little baby. I would have been afraid. Like I said, it's no disrespect to Maggie or Paul, but if there was whatever reason that they didn't take the hamper, and he went and did that to them, and then threw his dirty clothes in that hamper. Sure, wait, little baby, I'll share with you. I just had to eat something because I have to take that antibiotic and give me some pickles for some pizza rolls. Brown Bear, I haven't done it yet. I have to go Monday at 10:30 and pick it up. And then I have to wear it for 48 hours. So I'll pick it up Monday, take it back Wednesday. So they're just trying to figure out why my heart rate keeps going up. And there's no triggers of why it's doing it. It's just at any given time, it can shoot up over 100 beats per second of me just sitting here not doing nothing. So they're wanting me to wear it for 48 hours, hoping that they can catch it when it happens and see if maybe I need to, if it's like a blood pressure issue or something like that. And he's saying I may have to be put on blood pressure medicine. Well, thank you, Brown Bear. And you're going to be in my prayers as well. Hopefully you'll get all of your stuff with your cardiologist. You know, like all of that'll come out good. Okay, let me play this last video real quick, y'all. So this one is Doomsday Mom, husband to be tried separately, judge rules, which I also think is crazy as hell.
That's gripped the nation, and there is now less than 2 weeks until Lori Vallow goes on trial, accused of playing a part in the murders of her own children. This week, she was transferred to a Boise jail after a judge took the death penalty off the table. The woman known as the Doomsday Mom and her husband, Chad Daybell, are accused of killing her 2 youngest children. Their remains were found in the summer of 2020 on Daybell's property. Correspondent Alex Capriello was live for us in Idaho. And Alex, these 2 were originally going to be tried together.
Yeah, that's right, Nicole. Actually, earlier this month, the judge completely separated these 2 cases after new late DNA evidence actually came in. That's the reason why Lori is no longer facing the death penalty, but it could still be on the table for Chad. Now, when I've been speaking to people here in Idaho, they tell me that they're really frustrated that this case is drawn on for now more than 3 years. But very soon, about 300 miles from here, a judgment will be handed down to Lori, who faces several counts of first-degree murder. Now, the so-called Doomsday Mom, as you call her, Lori Vallow Daybell, she's right now in the Ada County Jail where she will be staying during her trial. Her new cell is more than 300 miles away from the suburbs of Idaho Falls, where she spent the last 3 years of her life, and her 2 children were found buried in shallow graves. The Ada County Jail just outside Boise is the largest in the state. It's dorm style, meaning more than 90 inmates can fit into a single room. But sources inside the jail tell me she's considered a high-profile inmate, so she'll be locked up in isolation, which means absolutely no contact with any other inmates. Meanwhile, her husband, and also accused murderer Chad Daybell, spends his days here inside the tiny Fremont County Jail. Guards there tell me he's called a model inmate, meaning he's quiet, he's respectful. He also hasn't faced any discipline during his containment. And they say his 5 children remain loyal, visiting him regularly on the weekends. Neighbors outside the home where the remains of 7-year-old JJ and 17-year-old Ty Lee Vallow were uncovered tell me Chad's adult children now live there in that house, but they keep to themselves primarily. A large red sign hangs on the door. "We are not speaking with the media." Knocks on that door from me went unanswered. We tracked down Chad's son, Garth, but his family politely declined our request for an interview, and there's been no trial date set for Daybell, although if convicted, he could face the death penalty. I've actually successfully been able to pass on several written messages to Chad Daybell asking for an interview. And at first, he really seemed open to it. But I learned earlier today, after speaking to his lawyer, he has officially declined that request. Nicole?
All right, Alex Capriello, live for us there in Idaho. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
Okay, Judy, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome back to the family. Okay. So he should have known, though, that Chad wasn't going to speak. Lori's probably gotten word to him not to be speaking to the media. She probably sent it from her, through her attorney to his attorney, to tell him not to be talking to nobody. Keep her away from Shorties. Yeah, I really hope she doesn't come to court every day looking like that. Especially if they do end up putting cameras in there. Let's see. Okay. Are you guys aware that during the meeting no, Tonka, I did not know that. They're probably talking through the toilets. Those prices, Ashes, that is crazy. $6,500 for a chair, $36,000 for the couch. So did they sell the couch in the? Wasn't it a couch, a love seat, and a chair all together? Did they sell them all three, like all the pieces of that living room suite together, or did they sell it separately? Michelle, no, they won't be. Hey, Vaughn, how are you? Michelle, they were gonna do the trial together, so it wouldn't cost as much. Because I mean, just as of right now, Chad and Lori together have racked up $3.6 million in this case, and it would have been cheaper and easier just to have one trial for both of them. That way, all the witnesses, they're called one time and that's it. Now, because they've severed it, Lori starts April the 3rd, and all the witnesses have to be called. Then when Chad goes to trial, then the witnesses have to be called again. And it said that Chad's attorney is going to be sitting in the gallery taking notes during Lori's trial. $36,000 for the couch. And see, that's why everybody, that's why the price went up, because it's the alibi couch. Okay. Let me see. Wasn't there one other thing? Like Callie, they have literally screwed the whole case up. Honestly. Yes, Turquoise. Chad's wife is, she died. Okay, so Lori's brother he shot at her in October in her front yard, and he missed her. Or the gun jammed up or something. Then the next month, she was murdered. And at this time, like, the kids are on the property, they're buried in the backyard, and she doesn't even know it. That's what's sad. And there was one time whenever they had went back to the house, and I believe they went there when there was snow on the ground. And they were searching for some stuff. And this was before they found the kids. And I guess they found what they needed to find. And then they go back after that. and they go into the shed and they're looking for some stuff. And this group of ducks come from like across the street, and it's like a mama and 5 or 6 ducks or whatever, ducklings falling behind her, go over there, and like these little ducks are following these cops all around wherever they're going, all out around the back barn and all this and that. And I didn't know until after that she has the same amount of ducks on her headstone. Tammy does. And people were talking about, and I know some people don't believe in this, but people were talking about that they believe that Tammy sent those ducks, like trying to lure the police to where it was that they needed to go. It was like super weird. Okay. Wonder if my family members bought anything. Scott, did they go? Yeah. That's what I understand about Lori. She could, like, her kids were buried. They were murdered there and buried in a pet cemetery. Okay, let's see. All right, so Troll just sent this to me. This is about the auction today. So you haven't asked them, they live in the same town. I was seeing where a lot of people that was in JLR's chat was talking about they went, but they didn't buy anything, or, they should have went and all this and that. I mean, it was packed, though, just watching his thing. Yeah, Chris, that's where JJ and Tally was buried at, was in the pet cemetery on Chad's property. It's crazy. Okay, so it says bidders pack a Liberty auction to buy items from Murdoch's estate. Like, that's all, probably not all the people. Look how many people are there. Taylor in the bushes. I don't think he was in the bushes in this one, White Little Baby. He was actually walking around. Unless there was some bushes in there, then I just didn't see him. He might have been hiding in them at that time, but he was actually walking around amongst the people. All right, so it says... So bidders from hundreds of miles away and some from our area packed the Liberty auction to go to get items from the Murdoch's estate. Some people think that it was absurd to pay as much money as some people are paying for what looks to be normal household items. I'm one of those people. It was crazy. Others just want some belongings from the Murdoch family. The tragedies that happen over there, it does feel weird buying their possessions, but at the same time, I'm really just trying to buy it for the money and resell it. Told y'all. Yeah, Chris, he was there today. He was live streaming it. So you got in an argument for filming. Supposedly the other guy was a weirder. Oh, yes. Didn't Stevie tell him that they were going to go turn him in for filming? So, but I told you that's what they were doing. They bought it to resell it. It was, people were saying that this was the trial of the century because of the Murdoch name and how they had been in charge of that town for all these years. His grandfather, great-grandfather, and all this and that. I mean, some people don't like JLR. Like I said, I don't agree with a lot of stuff that he does or he says, but some of the things I will watch because he does a good job on it. And if I had known that he was live streaming the auction today, I would have watched the whole live stream, but I only caught probably not even half of it. I think whenever I started watching, he had already been streaming 3 hours. So I missed a lot of it. But he did say that he was going back to Idaho for the Lori Vallow stuff. Then he was going to look around some more with the Idaho 4 stuff. Then he was going to check out the little Michael Vaughn stuff. and then he was going to go back down through Utah and do Dillon rounds. Yeah, I would have watched the whole thing, Chris, but I didn't know it. Troll just happened to have been flipping through the channels, through the YouTube channels, and come across it and put it on it. I wish I would have known it though, but okay. So people are saying they were buying it or just to resell it. I know some people may come here to buy it, to wear it or to keep it in their house, but I won't be doing that, said Tristan Burke. For some, they say that it wasn't all about having a piece of the Murdoch estate, though. They still spent the money. It's kind of weird, I will say that. People were taking selfies on the couch. I did not take selfies on the couch, but I don't know. Hold on, y'all. I gotta fix this so I can read this better because this shit's too small for me. Give me just 1 second. Okay, so he was saying people were taking selfies. Now, JLR, he did sit on the couch. I did see that part. See, it says, but I don't know. I got caught up in the action and had an opportunity to buy 10 of them, so I bought 10 decoys, said Ken Johnson from Statesboro. Some people drove 11 hours to be here, but people who live in the area made up a large part of the crowd. I know a lot of people would be here trying to get their hands on stuff, but I don't think that it would be to this point. It's insane. Even at 42,000 square feet, there wasn't much empty space. Think of how many people you can pack into 42,000 square foot. Now, granted, there was inventory there. Like they had all their Murdoch stuff. But still, 42,000 square feet that's a lot of space. Yeah, and I can't imagine driving 11 hours. Just for a Murdoch auction. All right, so they said whenever I got there was nowhere to park. I had to park across the street and walk across the street to get over here. And it's hard to even breathe in there, so it's so hot and congested. It's so many people. I did see that too. JLR actually had to go to the door where the fans and stuff were because he said he couldn't breathe. It was so hot. All right. So let's see. It says many people walked away with items that went for thousands of dollars. The amount of money that people are spending for this stuff is outrageous. I've seen a dartboard. Wait, did they have another dartboard? Because there's a dartboard that went for $500. Holy hell! A dartboard, y'all, for $500. You can go to Walmart and buy one for $20. He said, okay, some of these guys were paid $17,000 for a plate. Did anybody see the $17,000 plate? Holy hell. Hey, musical. Y'all. That's what I'm wanting to know, Stevie. That's why I was asking if anybody's seen the $17,000 plate. I want to know if it was gold, platinum, or something. That is crazy. $500 for a dartboard that you're gonna. It's probably got holes all in it already from the darts. I only saw JLR point out some broken china plates. Well, I don't know, Chris, but $17,000 for a plate. Now, what these people going to do if it gets broken in the car on the way home? You just spent $17,000 for it. That is crazy. Oh my God. I would have a fit, y'all. Michelle, I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of stuff in there whenever I was watching JLR there. I don't know if they would have had time to sell everything today or not. It may be a few day thing or maybe through the weekend. I don't know. The estates themselves, the actual properties, are they being sold? Musical, yes. The Moselle estate was sold 3.4 million, I think is what it sold for. I believe the beach house has done been sold as well. Someone's spending their tax returns. I'm sorry. But if I paid $500 for a dartboard, y'all would know that I was legally insane. Seriously. All right, so it says the Murdoch story, as evidenced by the turnout, is something that has stayed on the minds of many. I've watched the trial and I've seen the memes. But even with Alex Murdoch, a now convicted murderer who also admitted to financial crimes during his trial, the crowds kept coming until someone left the highest bidder. At least one item sold for $10,000. Okay, 10,000, but 17,000 for a plate. Wait, they were selling socks? Oh my God. Someone has listed on eBay a wedding napkin of Alex and Maggie for $360. Jeez. Okay, so that people buy the socks. That is disgusting. I'm just gonna put it out there. If anybody bought any used socks of Alex Murdoch's, you're disgusting. Just putting it out there. That's going a little bit too far. You have an issue. Disgusting. Like, I get the jackets, like I said. You know, people sell used jackets and stuff like that. If they're in good condition, that's one thing. But they been on somebody's dirty ass feet. P Fox. No, you didn't. Don't tell me you went there and bought some damn used socks from Alex Murdoch's estate. Oh my God. That is just, I'm sorry. I am, that is, mm-mm. And used tennis shoes. Okay, let me ask you something. Okay, so the shoes, they should have threw the socks away. I'm sure that they had plenty of shoes, like several pair of shoes. Why didn't they take those shoes to like a homeless shelter and give to people who needed them? I'm talking about the tennis shoes, not the nice dress shoes and all that. Why didn't they take the others to the like a homeless shelter instead of worry about selling them? No way, he did not, did he? Oh my God. He really put them people's shoes up to his face. A bag of Maggie's under loom starting bit. back. I missed a conversation about Gigi. They're talking about that at Alex Murdoch's estate sale today at the auction. They were selling his used socks. Y'all, there's some sick people. The hell you gonna go buy a convicted murderer's dirty ass socks for? And see, Crystal, that's what I was talking about. Hunting jackets, they're super expensive whenever you buy them brand new. But there was some prices that they were paying for the hunting jackets was like brand new, straight out of store prices. Yeah, like little baby's going up in her closet. I just can't. I can see right now. I can hear it now, y'all. Alex, his jail phone calls, you know, they've already been released. We're going to hear one now with him and Buster on the phone. Yeah, $500 for my dartboard. That's what I got for it. $100 for my shorts. All your dirty socks were sold. I can hear it now. Y'all just wait. And JLR is going to be the one that's going to get the phone call and release it. They were at the bargain table, buy one, get one free. He probably needs that sock money for his commissary. Telling Buster, okay, I need all that sock money now. I need that put on my books. I gotta buy some more noodles and some beef jerky so I can gamble on these games. You know, because he was talking about gambling on them football games and all that. I'm glad I missed the whole snipping the shoe part. Hey, Sima, how are you? Let's see. Before I came at LPN, I worked in activities in nursing home. Please give that stuff to them. Exactly. That's what I was saying a minute ago, Turquoise. Like the tennis shoes and stuff like that, take it to a homeless shelter or something. Like there's always people that need stuff like that. If he had a public... wait, what a baby, that was probably in there too. Oh my God. I can't believe he went sniffing some damn dirty ass shoes. JLR just needs to go back to the bushes, y'all. I'm sorry, but he does. Brown Bear, I didn't get to see it either. He was already literally live 3 hours when I started watching. That is crazy. Wait for the baby. I wish there was a list of every item that was in the auction. Because that when I first started watching it, that's when, you know, they were like auctioning off the clothes hamper and all that, and they were doing like the clothes hamper, meat grinders, toolboxes. I was thinking the next was going to be like trash cans and the trash to go with it and all this and that. Ashes, JLR said that he had made a deal with a lady that was there. That she wanted a cup that had Alec Murdoch. It was like his initials, RAM. You know how like the people would do like the initials and then like the last name initial is in the middle. So there was a set of 2 cups. Well, he told this lady that was there because she wanted a cup too. So he was like, well, you bid on it, and then whatever the price is, I'll pay half. I get a cup and you get a cup. Well, the cup sold for $250, and him and her both backed out of it. They said it was too much. So, no, he didn't buy anything. He's having to put money on other people's books because they can snatch from his commissary. That is crazy. Only I was sorry for Maggie and Paul's their stuff. So, Sim, I wonder if they had any of Paul's stuff there. Like they had The only thing really that I saw in Maggie's, besides like the household decorations and stuff like that, was I believe it was her mama's recipe box, which should have been given to Maggie's siblings. Okay. All right, so this is another article about it. Let me see if it tells us anything. This is through the Daily Mail. David. Oh, yes, they did. Brown Bear is right. Because JLR picked it up and he was looking at it and he was like, that's Alex Murdoch's candy still in there. Bullhorn Betty wanted to buy Dolly one of the turtle lamps. She had no idea they were oh yeah, there was a set of the two lamps with the turtle shells on it. Yeah. I can't believe though they had a dish with candy still in it. That's as bad as the damn dirty ass socks. Okay, so this says Alec Murdoch's bullets, hunting gear, trophies, and furniture from the lodge where he murdered wife Maggie and son Paul go under the hammer at auction. Oh, Chris. He probably licked it and put it back. Yeah, I gotta read this to y'all, and I can't look at the chat. I'm not gonna be able to read it. You know how like kids will take a box of chocolates and they will take a bite out of it just to see what's in the middle? That's probably what Alex did with the candy. Put it in his mouth, licked all around on it. It's like, nope, I don't like that one, and try the next one. All right. So it says items from the South Carolina mansion where Alec Murdoch murdered his wife and son went up for auction at a Georgia auction house on Thursday afternoon. The house was cleared out after it went under contract under a new owner for $2.6 million, nearly a year after it was listed for sale after the murders. Crowds of people sifted through and bid on the family's old possessions, including furniture, bullets, appliances, hunting trophies, and clothing. So it says countless items belonging to Alec Murdoch went up for auction on Thursday, weeks after he was charged with murdering his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul. Many of the items going under the hammer came from the South Carolina hunting lodge where Murdoch committed the brutal murders in June of 2021, and included boxes of spent shotgun shells and a hunting shirt marked with Alex inside the collar. Why would they buy the spent shotgun shells? So also up for auction is furniture from the house, decoy ducks, grizzly lamps made from turtle shells, and even a smiling decorative skull. Oh, no, like putting a chipmunk up. Do you know? Came up to jail, or she bought him a nice coffee and says she followed. Yeah, I did see that part too, Brown Bear. I wish I would have got to watch the whole thing. I missed a lot of his live today. Emerald Queen, how are you? All right, Werewolf Queen, how are you? Okay, so it says the auction is being held by Liberty Auctions in Georgia. And bidders are required to be on site at the auction house's warehouse to participate. Bidding started at 4 p.m. Murdoch was given 2 consecutive life sentences for the murders after the 2-month-long trial captured the nation's attention. See, there's a shirt right there with his name in it. That is crazy. Just a box of shotgun shells and bullet and rifle shells. Anyone stuck on Lori's Sharpies like me, I don't think I'll ever be able to use it and see those. Brown Bear, you know he had to have been watching. Let's see, they got some locks here. A rod, a reel off a fishing rod. I'm sure that's somebody else's camera right there. Let's see, boxes of shotgun shells, bullets, rifle clips up for auction. I'll go through the picture here in just a second. Look at all the people there, y'all. There's some more stuff. There's all the shoes, hats, their clothes. Can you imagine? Like, if Buster didn't want his mama's stuff or his brother's stuff, like, they should have asked her family if they wanted it. Okay, it's the scenes from inside the warehouse where the auction was being showed, rows of possessions laid out across long tables as prospective bidders sought through the items that once filled the sprawling country home of the prominent Southern family. The auction comes almost a year after the 1,700-acre mansion where the Murdochs lived and where they were murdered was listed for $3.9 million. After a year on the market, the Moselle estate was sold Wednesday for $2.6 million, with proceeds of the sale reportedly going towards Alec Murdoch's outstanding legal fees, Palmetto State Bank, Buster Murdoch, and victims of the infamous 2019 boat crash. So the new owners, James Eyre and Jeffrey Godley, decided to clear the house after their purchase and put all the contents up for auction. So Alex and them, apparently then they're not getting none of the money off this auction. All that was left in the house when they closed on it. When it became theirs, the new owners is the one that decided to put it all up for auction, so they're making some of their money back on what they spent on it. So it says prospective buyers sifted through the variety of former possessions from inside the auction room, where long tables were filled with deer antlers, mounted turtle shells, decorative plates, figurines from a Christmas nativity scene. Among the more expensive items on the sale were lamps emblazoned with turtle shells. I don't understand why somebody would want turtle shells on a lamp. That's crazy. Which sold for $800. A Yeti tumbler for $400. A mounted Longhorns, which were given a hefty $10,000 price tag for some damn Longhorns. So it says the first item auctioned off was an animal trap, which went for $500 for an animal trap, which was later followed by a pair of rocking chairs for $850 and a couch from the family mansion, which fetched $30,000 after the intense bidding war. That is crazy. In addition to Murdoch's own camouflage shirt, numerous pair of hunting boots could be seen in the inventory, along with a hat bearing the South Carolina Highway Patrol baseball cap. And on top of the boxes of shotgun shells, boxes of unused rifle bullets were up for auction, along with a hunting crossbow, rifle scopes, and what appeared to be a case for a rifle or shotgun. After purchasing a bike owned by Maggie Murdoch, Eric Craig told DailyMail.com that he was planning to put the item on display in a storefront because it will serve its purpose where best where people can look at it instead of it going to someone's backyard. Craig added that he paid over $3,000 for a variety of items from the Murdoch auction, including an American flag, some Richard Alexander Murdoch monogram glasses, and one of Paul Murdoch's wallets. So that was a bike that was sitting out in front of Moselle, in front of the house, whenever the jury went out there. That's sad, though, y'all. This lady was murdered. Her son was murdered. And their stuff is just, like, nobody cared to get all of their stuff out of the house. You know, like, why didn't Buster go get his family stuff out? Especially his mama and his brothers. So there's to do with Maggie's bike. Okay, the money is going to pay off the debts. I believe it was part of the agreement. Oh, okay. Yeah, Brown Bear, that's what it was. It was said that it was hers. Royal Queen, thank you so much. She said, put this towards a gift for Crime Crazy. Whatever you get her spoiler. Thank you very much. That was very nice of you. It's just sad though, Casey. Like, I get what you're saying. You know, I wouldn't want any of it mine either. But you would think that Buster would have, even if he would have had to put it in storage, like, at least got his mom and his brother's stuff out. Brown Bear, she is probably taking care of some family stuff. I know she dropped in earlier when I first went live, but she's got a lot of business stuff that she's been having to take care of here lately. Okay. South Carolina Highway Patrol hat. That's what I'm saying, Chris. Like, I would, at least my mom and my brothers, I would have at least got their stuff out of there. So there's all the turtle lamps. 7 of them. Sold for $800. Buster seems a little selfish to me, honestly. Let's see, a magazine full of ammunition, a camera, and a box of shotgun shells. Damn, that clip still had bullets in it. Gigi, that's what it seems like. Like, he didn't care. Crossbow. There's all the deer antlers they were talking about. I think one of them, they said, what was it? Didn't somebody say $10,000 for the Longhorns? That is so crazy. Let's see, they could have took those boots right there and took them to a homeless shelter. I don't understand why they didn't take the bullets out of the clips. Like, you got these in your house, White Widow baby? That is just crazy. The top one. I mean, a lot of people have longhorns in their house. A lot of people have deer mounted, and like these are called skull mounts. That looks like a pheasant. I can't tell right there, but that's what it looks like. Or turkey feathers. I can't tell. Wish they show the socks. I guess you'll have to be a killer to get that kind of money. I just, I don't know. I mean, there's all the rubber boots back there. I just think they should have took some of this stuff to a homeless shelter and gave the people there. And then there's the house. Okay. All right. So let me finish reading this real quick. All right. So it says the furniture up for auction consisted of a set of leather couches and armchairs, along with countless wooden tables, bureaus, bed frames, bookshelves, lamps. I'm pretty sure they had nice furniture in their house. I'm pretty sure it was expensive furniture in their house. But some of these people were just paying big prices just because of who it belonged to. King Scarlet, they sold the house. The people who bought the house is the ones that took all this stuff out of the house and put it up for auction. See, didn't kill Chris? That is what people think happened. And see, she died on the front steps of their house, or that's where she fell. I don't know if she exactly died there or if she passed at the hospital, but there was, you might as well say, 3 people on the property that were killed. It says here it was listed for 3.7, but I think in the article it says like 2.7 or 2.4 or something like that. Yeah, Crime Crazy, I'm still here. I'm about to end it here in just a second, though. We've then went from Scotty's case to Brian's case, then to Lori Vallow and her weird-looking makeup. Now we're on Murdoch. Let's see. The only thing about sending those boots to the shelter is that they are name brand and worth the money, so drug dealers will probably fight. Yeah, that is true. Just, it seems like somebody else could use them that really needed them rather than just throwing them in an auction. Okay. All right, so it says there was also various household appliances, cameras, thermoses, tools, toolboxes, a pair of salt and pepper shakers decorated with the Grinch, flashlights, and household decor. Before the auction started, countless people could be seen sifting through the items that once filled the Murdoch home. Following the estate's recent acquisition, a Liberty auction owner, Lori Mattingly, told CNN that the task of cleaning out the house was just like any other job. Their things are not only better or nicer than any other things that we pick up from other people's homes. We go into a lot of very nice, expensive homes, and we've had much nicer things than theirs, but their things are nice. Which, I mean, you could see a lot of their stuff was really nice. Yeah, Stone Gator, I saw it. Oh, Crime Crazy, like you've completely missed a whole conversation on stuff that was sold at Alex Murdoch's auction thing today. Super crazy. Dirty socks. People sniffing shoes. Yeah, crime. White Widow Baby even brought that up. A hair trimmer with red hair still in it. Thank you, Turquoise. Now, I can see people buying the duck decoys. Duck decoys are expensive. So I can see people buying those. But not no dirty ass socks. Let's see, there's a gun case, some lamps, a few signs on the table right there. She did. She really just straight up said there could be still some red hair in there. Okay. That's creepy as hell. A damn skull. Oh, yes. The candy dish with the candy in it. Even JLR was surprised with the candy dish with the candy still in it. He literally said, "Oh my God, there's still candy in there. That is Alec Murdoch's candy." Okay, so there's antlers. No telling how many sets of antlers they had. Probably DNA. That's what I'm thinking, King Scarlet. That's why I wouldn't have bought the damn clothes hamper. This old dude here, he's counting the bullets out. He's looking them over. Let's see, there's some rifle scopes. I can't tell what kind they are. That there is a game trail camera. Some fishing bait back here. They even selling the people's fishing bait, y'all. I can't tell what type of scopes there are. Wasn't that impressed with their stuff at all. He was putting that money somewhere else. Yep. All right, so it said Murdoch is currently housed in a high-security Kirkland Correctional Institution, one of South Carolina's most notorious prisons. And while the disgraced former lawyer escaped the death penalty for the murders of his wife and son, Paul, prosecutors recently revealed that they are seeking a third life sentence conviction for financial crimes, which would mean that Murdoch would spend the rest of his life behind bars due to the state's 3-strike law. He is currently appealing his murder convictions, but the state is specifically seeking 3 additional convictions for breach of trust totaling $10,000 or more. 3 additional convictions on the breach of trust charges would result in a life sentence, removing his chances of parole. So Murdoch's trial lasted 6 weeks and included more than 75 witnesses, but accumulated in a jury taking less than 3 hours to find the 54-year-old guilty of shooting his wife and son dead. Prosecutors said that Murdoch killed the pair to divert attention from financial crimes that were about to be exposed, including the millions of dollars that he embezzled from his law firm and his clients. The lying patriarch took the stand himself to tearfully testify about his crippling opioid addiction and how his love for Maggie and Paul meant that he could never harm them. But jurors took just 45 minutes to decide the disgraced lawyer was guilty of annihilating his own family, earning him 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. There's more people there. Damn, they even selling the unopened wine, y'all. Look at that. That dude's like, I gotta check the dates on the wine. That's the same dude that was looking at the bullets, wasn't it? Wait, Wait, little baby then says she wanted the wine. Y'all. Is that police tape on that table? They're even selling the police tape, y'all. That is crazy. The hell? They've literally got police tape on the table. And see, they just, like the mirror right here, you know that was Maggie's. It's just like personal little stuff like that. It wouldn't feel right to buy stuff like that. All right, so that's all the. There's the blackout bullets. That's what they said that Maggie was killed with. Someone's even gonna be like, huh, fancy a nice large glass of murder wine. Couldn't imagine. Okay, so let's see, what does this say? So Murdoch called 911 on the evening of June 7th, 2021, said that he found his son and wife dead when he returned home from a 1-hour visit with his mom, who has dementia. Authorities said that Paul was shot twice with a shotgun, each round loaded with different size shot, while Maggie was struck with 4 or 5 bullets from a rifle. The crime scene report suggested that both victims were shot in the head after initially being wounded near dog kennels on the Murdoch sprawling rural property. Prosecutors took more than a year to charge the disgraced lawyer with the murder, but decided not to pursue the death penalty. Murdoch, who was also charged with about 100 counts of financial and other crimes, adamantly denied any involvement in the killings. Murdoch could have received as little as 30 years behind bars, but the judge gave him the maximum, 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. So after the trial, some jurors said that the key piece of evidence in finding the lawyer guilty was the video on his son Paul's cell phone that was shot minutes before the killings at the kennels near where the bodies were found. The voices of all 3 Murdochs could be heard on the video, although Alex Murdoch had insisted for 20 months that he hadn't been at the kennels that night. I wonder if Buster knew that he was at the kennels that night, or if that was the first time he heard that. Because he really didn't have any, I don't think there was any type of emotion. He was literally stone cold throughout that whole case, or throughout the whole trial. I can't imagine sitting there if I was in his shoes and I'd heard that in court, that my dad had been lying and saying that he wasn't there when in fact he was. And Stonegator, there was somebody in this article at the beginning that said that the only reason why they were there buying anything was to resell it. And seeing if Buster knew, it makes it worse. Yeah, it is true. All right, so it says that when he took the stand in his own defense, the first thing that he did was admit that he had lied to investigators about being at the kennels, saying that he was paranoid of law enforcement because he was addicted to opioids and had pills in his pocket the night of the killings. Oh, there's all their books and all that, y'all. There's the furniture. I mean, they had a lot of nice furniture. I just still couldn't see paying that much money just because it was the alibi couch. God dang, all the beds they had. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3. That's 5 beds there, 3 there, and 2 there. The heck are they putting all these beds at? And them are damn king size beds too. Jeez. Okay, so Murdoch's testimony only cemented what they had already thinking, that he easily lied and could turn on and off his tears at will, jurors said. So his attorney filed Murdoch's appeal to the South Carolina Court of Appeals. Prosecutors didn't have the weapon used to kill the Murdochs or other direct evidence like confessions or blood spatter. But they did have a mountain of circumstantial evidence, including a video putting Murdoch at the scene of the killings 5 minutes before his wife and son stopped using their cell phones forever. Through more than 75 witnesses and nearly 800 pieces of evidence, jurors heard about betrayed friends and clients. Murdoch failed attempt to stage his own death in an insurance fraud scheme, a fatal boat crash in which his son was implicated, the housekeeper who died in a fall in the Murdoch home, and the grisly scene of the killings. The now disbarred attorney admitted stealing millions of dollars from the family firm and clients, saying that he needed the money to fund his drug habit. Before he was charged with murder, Murdoch was in jail awaiting trial on about 100 other charges, ranging from insurance fraud to tax evasion. Okay, so that was the end of it. It's sad though, honestly, because I mean, you know, Maggie and Paul were the victims, and nobody cared enough to get their stuff out of the house. Like, I can understand like big items, furniture and stuff like that. Maybe Buster couldn't get that out, but his mama and brother's personal stuff, it's crazy. All right, y'all. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go take my medicine and go to bed. It really is, Callie. I mean, I just, you know, they're just the small personal things. I can understand, like I said, he couldn't get all the furniture. He might not have got all the clothes, but just the personal things of his mom and his brothers. All right, y'all. I'm fixing to get out of here. I just now realized it is almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Brown Bear, I went in to Miss Daisy's channel right before I went live, and I seen Sweet Norway up on panel. It was very sad. All right, Widow Baby, I will talk to y'all tomorrow. Hope you have a good night. Crime Crazy, I'm sure I will talk to you tomorrow as well. Chris, what am I supposed to? I'm supposed to email you about something. What is it? Chris, email me, or I'll be done forgot. Red Bull, have a wonderful night. And thank you for dropping by. Crime Crazy, you're going to be here tomorrow night? Callie Dime, have a wonderful night. Gigi, you have a good night as well. Norway can't be around. Yeah, I know, Brown Bear. That's what I was listening. I only got to stay. I was in there literally 3 minutes. And I heard her up on panel. And I heard her say that I don't want to leave the family. I don't want to leave the family. It was just sad. Ashes, have a good night. A father's boss killed his wife and then caught the home on fire, and he caught fire and passed about 3 days later. There are people I've been camped with. They joke and laugh. Oh God, turquoise. him in the wrong job. I'm gonna testing Chrissy's socks. Left the kids apparently. That is sad, Turquoise. Oh my gosh. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna get out of here. It's almost 4 o'clock. I gotta take my medicine, go to bed. So thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with us. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And I will see y'all tomorrow night.